Hello everyone, Santier here. Welcome to my stream. And as I said yesterday, we're going to go ahead and be continuing the Profession Rework Design discussion for Guild Wars 1 Professions. Kind of the idea if I were handed the reins and told, hey, we want you to rework the professions however you see fit, what would I be doing? Why would I be doing it? Just as a reminder, these are all like first steps. There need to be testing and iteration. Theory crafting can only get us so far. And then you need to put the proverbial pedal to the metal and try things out. So hopefully I can be a little bit less loud with my voice today and not wear it out as much as it was yesterday, because boy, I was a little tired with my voice yesterday. But yeah, so today is the Elementalist. I decided, you know what? Let's hang out here in Blacktide Den. You know what? I like Blacktide Den. I like this whole area, so why not? You know what? I'm gonna grab Serenia, because that seems reasonable to me. Okay, so, of course, I want to take a moment to get my lovely screenshot. You know what? Yeah, air magic is fine. I do not like lists, Sam I am. Okay, so before we can get started talking about skills, of course, I want to talk about the profession itself at large. And let's first kind of bring up the fact that ArenaNet themselves did a pretty big rework of the profession back in 2012. One of the last major balance things that they did was a rework of the Elementalist profession. At that time, they did a number of things. The first, or the most major thing that they did, was they renamed Exhaustion to Overcast and then made it a conditional state for things. So, for example, Arc Lightning right here. Target foe is struck for some lightning damage if you are overcast. Two foes near your target are struck for an additional larger amount of lightning damage. This sort of thing was something that they did in quite a few places. I've said on stream before, and I'll reiterate here, that I have very mixed feelings about this Overcast mechanic. The idea does provide some additional things that you can do with the Elementalist, and I think that's interesting. The downside of this mechanic is that there aren't very many Overcast causing skills, which leads to very limited breadth of buildcraft. So, for example, if we're... Actually, I do want list here. If we're just looking at air magic, if we involve elites, you'll notice there's a few more. Mind Shock, Ride the Lightning, and Invoke Lightning all cause 5 Overcast. Otherwise, we have Shock, we have Gale, and we have Chain Lightning. That's it. That's all we have for causing ourselves Overcast for non-elite skills. The problem with that, the fundamental problem that I have with that is if I'm trying to make an air magic build and I want to use one of the skills that wants Overcast, such as Arc Lightning, Lightning Strike, which is the basic spell, Shell Shock, or even Whirlwind, I need... And Lightning Strike is definitely, like, a very big culprit of this. I need to bring, like, one of those skills. All of the elements have just a handful of skills. So if we look at Earth Magic has the duplicate Dragon Stomp and Earthquake. Here. And then Obsidian Flame. And that's literally it for Overcast. There's hardly any spells in Earth Magic that cause Overcast. That means that if you want to take use of things that want Overcast, such as Magnetic Aura or Magnetic Surge. Now, Iron Mist does allow your air magic to cause you Overcast. I will note that, but that's kind of specialized. But if you want to use these two that want you to be Overcast, or Stone Daggers, Overcast benefit, you have to bring either an Earthquake, regardless of how it's named, or most likely Obsidian Flame. It's extremely narrow, and it's extremely limited. Fire is a little bit broader. You have Breath of Fire, Incendiary Bonds, Meteor, and Meteor Shower are not great for keeping up Overcast. Your Overcast, like, by the time Meteor recharges, It takes 30 seconds for 10 Overcast to recharge. So for those who maybe are a little bit unfamiliar with the Overcast mechanic, the way that it basically works is it caps your maximum energy. So it decreases your maximum energy by that amount. So if I already use Meteor, my maximum energy would go down by 10. And then it would slowly recover. So like my regular energy can't go past that, right? It shows up as a gray bar on the right side of your energy pool. And the Overcast wears off at the rate of 1 point per 3 seconds. So every 3 seconds, 1 point of Overcast will have recovered. So that means if I use Meteor, it takes 30 seconds for the Overcast to wear off. So that means that like I have to be using Meteor on recharge to be able to keep an Overcast value up in order to be able to keep getting the benefit from Overcast. Meteor Shower will wear off halfway through its recharge. This is not a great way of keeping it up. So and then Mind Burn is a fine Overcast spell. But you'll notice in Fire Magic, I have Breath of Fire, and I have Incendiary Bonds as sort of my more regular Overcast-causing spells. If I'm going to use Flare, the basic Fire Magic spell, I want to be Overcast. Let's just hide Inspiration Magic here. And then Water Magic is in a similar state. I have Icy Prism. Maelstrom has a 30-second recharge, just like Meteor, just the exact same issues as Meteor. Using Maelstrom to try to keep it up is really rough, except it's even worse than Meteor. Meteor is only 5 energy, Maelstrom's 25, which is, even for the Elementalist, is a lot. And then I have Vapor Blade, which is an okay spell as well. A lot of the time, you're kind of limited to those two. For Elites, you have Mind Freeze, and that's it. So I hope that kind of just taking this quick survey of spells that cause Overcast has made it really clear that like there are quite a few spells that are good that you want to be using with you. You have in all of them you're sort of like a most basic spell: Lightning Strike, Flare, Ice Spear, and Stone Shards. Is it Stone Shards, Stone Dagger? I don't remember exactly, but I think it's Stone Shards. I don't tend to use that one as much, but if you want the benefit, like the additional effect that they get from being Overcast, which you probably do because they're significantly better with it, your ways of being able to get that Overcast are extremely narrow, extremely limited. And like a bunch of spells, like Rust becomes a bit better with Overcast, but doesn't need as much. But like Swirling Aura absolutely wants Overcast, and is a very good spell if you have it. So the change, like overall, I think it was a good idea, but they just did not, like, more spells needed to have Overcast. Hey, Mana Guy. Good to see you. I've just been talking about how few skills actually cause Overcast, so when you're trying to use the Overcast spells, you have, like, 2 choices to pick between for your source of Overcast. Overcast is just kind of an awkward mechanic, too, from the standpoint that you don't want too many spells that require Overcast. There's no reason for either Prodigy to have it. You don't want too many spells to have Overcast that you're bringing because if you do have a lot of spells with Overcast, it quickly limits your energy pool. Like, you can easily overexhaust is what I want to say, but you can easily Overcast lock yourself if you're not careful. So it's a natural, like, as a mechanic, it naturally limits how many you want to have on your bar, which means you want to limit how many skills actually have Overcast because it limits bar building in a different sort of way. So I have, like I said, I have very mixed feelings about the Overcast way that they have things that want you to be Overcast mechanic, I guess. The other thing that I've talked at length before about Elementalist, but bears repeating here, is that Elementalist is very enchantment dependent, and its energy management. The way that I want to say it is its energy costs are really high, so it has to have ludicrously strong energy management that yet somehow still sucks. I think that the idea that ArenaNet had going into it is that the Elementalist has a lot of very powerful spells. It is the damage dealer of spellcasters, sort of. Except we know from actual gameplay that it's actually Mesmers that are the damage dealer of spellcasters, as the game currently is. But, ignoring that, and looking at things from a philosophical standpoint, Like, the Elementalist is supposed to be kind of the damage dealer of spellcasters. It has the high damage air magic, it has the more defensive earth magic, it has the huge AoEs and burning of fire magic, and it has the control elements of water magic. Like, each element has kind of its own flair, its own thing that it does. There's a reason why there's distinct things that are lacking. Air magic lacks AoE options. Earth magic lacks certain offensive options. For example, there's no conjure in earth magic. Fire magic lacks defensive options. Excuse me, all the hiccups. So, like, there's nothing in here to, like, slow your opponent. There's nothing here to, like, knock them down or control them. There's no blocking. There's no blind or anything like that. There's nothing. There's not really anything you can use to mitigate damage in fire magic. It's all about offense. Tenaya's Heat does have a slow effect, but it requires you to go to another element to be able to get weakness or something else. Water magic. If they made all enemies have an elemental weakness instead of high armor across the board, all martial professions and elementalists are trying more. 100%, 1000% agree with that, mana guy. Water magic, it tends to have lower damage on average, so it's less raw damaging, but has a lot more like snare effects and stuff. And has actually quite a few self-defensive options in the form of things like Armor of Frost, Armor of Mist, Frigid Armor, and so forth. But yeah, like this is another fundamental issue that mana guy mentioned that Elementalist suffers from. Part of the reason why Mesmer is the offensive powerhouse spellcaster that it is simply because armor is the way that armor is designed on enemies. So let's just kind of do a little bit of a review of how armor works, because there's a couple of wonky things going on here. So first of all, the basic formula, and I should have prepared something for this, but I didn't think to do so. Wonder if I grabbed a piece of paper and wrote it down, if that would work. But anyway, the basic formula is 2 to a power, and the power is where everything kind of matters. So for those who don't remember their exponents, the basic way powers work, and what's relevant here, is that taking something to 0 means that the result is 1. So 2 to the 0 is 1. 2 to the 2, I think most people are familiar with, is going to be 4, because that's 2 squared. 2 to the negative 1, 2 to the first, of course, is 2, obviously. Most of the time, you're not, like, your damage ranges are going to be somewhere between, like, multipliers. Like, it's rare for a multiplier to get above, like, 1 point something. So, in other words, you're usually not going to experience armor increase, like, decrease. Okay, so basically the way that armor works is the less armor you have, the more positive the exponent is going to be. So, you know, let's just kind of finish talking about exponents. If you start going negative on exponents, so -1 is going to be 1/2. -2 is going to be 1/4. To the -3rd is going to be 1/8 with 2. So it takes the squares and puts a 1 over when you go negative. So that means we get fractional values, which are going to naturally, as multipliers, this is how it works, right? As a multiplier, that's going to then decrease damage. So the sort of, like, basic way of thinking about it is the exponent is 60 minus your armor level over 40 is the exponent. So if you have 60 armor, that's going to be 0. So 0 divided by 40 is 0. And then that's going to be 2 to the 0 is 1. So when you look at spellcasting professions, they all generally have 60 armor. So they're all going to have an armor multiplier value of 1. Now this is a little bit oversimplified, because that 60 that I mentioned, 60 minus armor level, it's not actually 60 there. It is like strike factor or strike force or whatever the actual term is. I'm just going to go with strike factor. And this is a value that depends upon stuff. It depends upon things a little bit differently, depending upon if it's a spell or if it's a a martial weapon. If it's a spell that deals armor respecting damage, or it's a wand or a staff, then it's 3 times your level. So a level 20 character is going to have 60 there, and that's kind of what you'd expect. That's where things are kind of calibrated, right? If it's a level 3 character, it's going to be 9, and so armor needs to be respectively lower, and that's where you get values in pre-searing and whatnot. So one of the things that you'll notice is that, and I'll just quickly mention, martial weapons are 5 times the attribute rank up to 12, and then 2 per attribute rank after 12. So if you have 13 in axe mastery, then your axes will hit for 5 times 12 plus 2, which is 62. So it's a little bit more. It's a little bit harder. So that's where dramatically increasing your attributes will allow martial weapons to hit harder, but they kind of get capped because attributes are capped at 20. You can't get above 20 in an attribute no matter how hard you try. Water break. Okay, so this is part of why enemy elementalists, however, can be extremely damaging, because if their level goes above 20, which they often do, what happens is that strike factor goes up another 3 for each level that they're above 20. So if you have those level 24 elementalists, yeah, they're getting a strike factor of an additional 12. So they're having a 72 strike factor. That means that enemy elementalists break sort of the armor formula in some regards, because they're able to have a higher strike factor. They're able to hit harder. So what we kind of see is that this armor formula, generally what we encounter across the board, if you look at enemy armors in areas that are level 20, not areas below that, will have lower armor to be appropriate to the strike factors that are going to be encountered there. So for example, if they're expecting you to have 8 axe mastery and not 16 axe mastery, their 8 axe mastery has a strike factor of 40. That means that in order to be able to get proper values, you'd need to be hitting something with 40 armor in order to get a multiplier of 1. Likewise, if you're level 13, your magic-based or spellcasting-based or whatever you want to call it, strike factor, is going to be 39. So again, that 40 armor or 39 armor would give you these across-the-board values. So if you look at, say, Corwin's armor, where in Ascalon City, or the armor you can craft in Lion's Arch, the same strength, when that's 30 armor for a caster, that's going to functionally be level 10, right? That's sort of level 10 strength, as it were, in terms of spellcasting power. So that's part of why Elementalist hits things harder in those lower level areas, because of strike factor. And the way strike factor to armor is calibrated and all that sort of stuff. So if you take a high level Elementalist into one of those areas, it doesn't, regardless of how many attribute points you put in, you're going to be hitting harder than the numbers indicate, because your strike factor is above where armor levels are calibrated to based upon level, expected level range. What we end up seeing, however, in most parts of the game, because most of the game is for level 20 plus, enemies have more armor than 60, or at least 60 is sort of the minimum. So what we have with Elementalist is a lot of the time Elementalist spells are hitting 4 green number value or lower. Air magic, of course, has armor penetration on lightning damage, and so you will sometimes see higher numbers on that. Effectively cutting 25% off armor will increase damage by some amount. There's a multiplier that you could specifically calculate out for different armor values and stuff, but we're not here to do too much more math than I already have. The basic point of all of this is that one of the things that's a really limiting factor of the Elementalist is that armor values needed to have been approached differently in PvE. That's fundamentally what it's all about. If you look at, like, there's plenty of enemies that function with what I'd call profession correct armor values. So what I mean by that is if we, let's actually just grab a few random different professions here. And how about an assassin? Sure. So if we look at not the ass. I is where we get armor values. So if we look at, for example, I'm a dervish. I have a base armor of 70. And then this is blessed armor, so that can get me plus 10. My mysticism can get me an additional plus 12. So when I'm enchanted, I have plus 22 armor. So that gets me up to 92 armor. That's pretty strong damage mitigation. But like elementalists, like casters are going to have 60 armor at level 20 is sort of the area that's supposed to be calibrated to, right? Warriors are supposed to have 80 base armor with an additional 20 versus physical damage. Of course, insignias often will add 10 armor to things here and there. Rangers have 70 base armor, and then plus additional 30 versus elemental damage. Paragons have just straight 80 armor. Assassins have just straight 70. The long and short of all of this is that one of the things that we run into is enemies that have these sorts of values are going to play appropriately. Like level 20 enemies with these sort of basic armor values, according to player professions, are going to play appropriately in terms of damage values and how hard they get hit by things. And this goes from martial weapons to elementalist spells. Anything that cares about armor, right? And so areas that are like that, you get proper damage values out of your elementalist. Rangers take half damage. Warriors take... what is it, like 30% less damage? Something like that. I love some of the swamp noises here. This is why we're in Latenda Bog. I like Latenda Bog area. Well, next to Latenda Bog. And casters take 100% of your green number damage. Air magic hitting harder, of course, because of armor penetration. But what we see in a lot of high-end PvE and in various areas like that is enemies have significantly higher armor values. And so mesmers do consistent damage regardless of what they're fighting, because their armor, like their spells, do not care about your armor. They don't care about the target's armor, so they deal consistent damage. Elementalist does not. Elementalist damage is entirely dependent upon what armor values are. For the most part, there's a couple of exceptions, and we'll talk about Obsidian Flame when we get to it. But this becomes a huge problem for the Elementalist, because against like a Destroyer is a really, really, really good example of this. Destroyers are really hard for Elementalists to crack, because Destroyers have huge amounts of armor. The element they're weak to is 90 armor in like water magic for some of them. Like if you go and you look at Destroyer armor values, and let's just go look at Destroyer of Thought, right? This is their Mesmer. Destroyer of Thoughts, plural. Right? Their Mesmer, their Spellcaster, has 103 armor against physical damage types. So that means it takes slightly... I don't know why it's 103, but everything's got a 3 at the end. But it has 103 armor against physical types. So that means it takes half damage, a little less than half damage from physical damage sources. I want that to sink in. Now, a lot of physical damage sources from attack skill standpoints have armor ignoring portions. Like attack skill plus damage on that ignores armor. But what this means is if you're just hacking away at it with like piercing or a ham or like a blunt or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's 103 across the board physical. You're going to be doing half the damage that you would if it had like 60 armor, right? So sort of your armor, your damage is dramatically decreased. It also has 103 against lightning damage and earth damage, 123 armor against fire damage, and still a whopping like 83 damage or 83 armor against cold damage. Its weakness, its elemental weakness, is 83 armor, which is still above like the flat value you'd need for green numbers. And this is one of the more like lesser armored destroyer types. I just want that to sink in for a moment. Elementalists will deal 30% less damage because they're targeting the weakness. Like, you're better off targeting air with air, because the armor penetration from lightning will take 25 armor off and get you closer to like 75 armor that you're hitting instead of 80. But water and lightning are going to be doing kind of somewhat similar values per like green number. And it's going to be decreased. Okay? And this is what's really important. Elementalists, large numbers, especially in high-end PvE, where things have these ludicrous armor values, just straight up have their damage always decreased, even when they're targeting an elemental weakness. Now, I want to contrast that to the ice elementals that you encounter in the Shiver Peaks areas. A lot of these ice elementals actually have less than 60 armor against fire. So actually, let's see if the wiki indicates. Shattered Elemental. Shattered Elemental has... Okay, that one has like 60s across the board, it's saying. There's another one, though. Except for Cold, obviously, which they have 100 armor against. But there's some that have actual legit weaknesses. No, I want... Oh, what are they called? Is it Siege Ice Golem? Okay, Siege Ice Golem. Siege Ice Golems have 51 armor against fire, according to the wiki, which means that they take increased damage from fire. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Manigai. I would love it if ice elementals were the norm rather than the exception. Would make martial professional weapon mods more interesting as well. Shield mods too. Yeah, like it's one of those things where because like what I'm saying here, and this is really really important. Most of the time, elemental armor against elements decreases the damage that you deal. On some very rare exceptions, particularly like ice golems and things like that, they actually have less armor against fire, as an example, with those guys, than sort of the one multiplier base value for that sort of level. So because they are actually weak to it, you get increased damage from your elemental damage sources, which means that you have something to build towards. By and large, elemental damages are very often fairly flat across the board. There are some exceptions, but I mean, this has all been a big rambling discussion that basically boils down to, if ArenaNet wanted to make Elementalists a better source of damage, they need to actually give things less than 60, no more than 60 armor, and preferably less against various elements in order to be able to make things make the elementals actually have something that they can be advantageous against. Is really what it kind of comes down to. So, all of that to say, one of the big problems that Elementalist is facing is nothing in the Elementalist profession itself, but rather than the game design of enemies, especially late-game enemies, that are made durable by giving them huge amounts of armor against everything. And that's part of why Mesmers are so good at dealing damage, because they cut through that armor by ignoring it completely and having consistent damage. And good, high, consistent damage as well. Like, it's not low amounts of damage. So... anyway, that's enough sort of rambling about that. This is where I have to I reach a bit of an impasse, or I reach a fork in the road. To me, the Elementalist profession like, if we address the armor issue, and I think we should, like, I think destroyers should have, like, 50 armor against cold damage. So if you're fighting destroyers, you want to be dealing cold damage because you actually will hit them harder with cold damage than with any other damage source. I think that should just absolutely be the case. But that's a design thing, right? That's saying, you know, do we want to give these things an elemental weakness, knowing that that's what the players are going to pick, right? When you're fighting destroyers, you're going to want to deal, like, the best thing you can do as an elementalist, of course, aside from using Obsidian Flame because it ignores armor, against destroyers, is to have a ranger bring winter, so that way you can make your air magic, instead of dealing lightning damage, deal cold damage and then armor penetrate off of their weaker armor stat, right? So you can actually maybe get down to like 60 armor that you're hitting, which is ridiculous. Whereas Mesmer is just like la-di-da, I don't care. But like, you know, just prepare for players to go against destroyers with cold stuff, especially if they're actually truly weak to cold damage, and not just less armored against cold damage, which is, I hope I've been able to kind of drive this distinction home. Less weak, or like less strong against, is not the same thing as weak to. That's kind of what I'm trying to say here, I guess, in some regards. But yeah, so one of the other things with the Elementalist, ignoring the whole armor problem that they have to contend with, which is, to be clear, not a problem everywhere. Even in level 20 areas, there's plenty of enemies that have armor values that are appropriate to the professions and things like that, where things work just fine, and you do get your good solid numbers off of fire magic and whatnot. But anyway, it's energy. So this is one of those things that's like, I can tell from the conception that the Elementalist is supposed to be your big nuker. They have huge amounts of damage, and they can just do ridiculous, like that's the idea, right? They hit really freaking hard. You see the prophecies like promo cinematic with Sin, Aiden, and Devona, where Devona for some reason is dual wielding short swords instead of using a hammer, and you see them rushing at things, and Sin pops up into a spell and drops like a meteor shower that just absolutely obliterates things with huge meteors. That's the picture of the Elementalist, is not the reality of the Elementalist. And one of the problems that the Elementalist has is it feels like all of its stuff has been calibrated around its spells hitting very hard, harder than they actually hit. Like, I'm level 30 to in a level 20 area hard, instead of I'm level 20, right? Like, if you look at your hard mode Elementalists at level 30 that are hitting with that level 30 strike factor of 90, that's the picture of the Elementalist, instead of the reality of where we're actually at, which is 2/3 of that. So where I'm getting at with this is a lot of Elementalist skills are kind of like, Elementalist is a very expensive energy cost profession that is supposed to be using a lot of its spells on the regular in order to try to get damage in. And a lot of the spells are very expensive. Elementalist energy management is hot garbage. Now, you might not think it's hot garbage, but consider the fact that you basically always need to bring in an attunement to, like, sort of have your energy kind of work out. You are spending additional energy slots as an Elementalist on energy management. You are, a lot of the time, dedicating an elite slot to energy management. Like, Elementalist energy is really, really bad. Energy storage does not hide it. Energy storage gives you an initial buffer, but that buffer can be burned through extremely quickly. Like, it's just, Elementalist energy is just absolutely atrocious. And the thing is, like, you are reliant on your attunements in order to have your energy work out most of the time. And the fundamental reason for that is these are percentage based. These are able to scale up with the huge costs of a lot of elementalist spells. So what you kind of run into as a fundamental issue as an elementalist is you can't even go to other professions for energy management, because other professions' energy management is not able to keep up with an elementalist. Like, an elementalist can run itself out of energy while on a BIP. Like, +6 energy regeneration is not able to keep up with an elementalist energy demands at all. You have to use attunements to mitigate it on, at least with some of the more expensive bars. What energy storage does do is it provides you a buffer for Overcast. So anyway, this is where, like, what I kind of come down to is, should the Elementalist be having to spend skill slots on things like air attunement in order to be able to make its spells affordable, right? That's really what I come down to is, should the Elementalist have to be doing this? I would prefer it not to. So if I were doing a redesign of the Elementalist, I basically have to choose at the outset, what philosophy am I going to approach? Am I going to approach the idea that Elementalists hit very hard and therefore have appropriately expensive spells that mean that they need to use attunements in order to make their spells affordable, and in that process bring it with the baggage of what the attunements mean? This means that Elementalists get fewer active skills because they need to bring passive skills to manage their energy. That means that those active skills have to be, like, doing enough to justify that. And it also means that Elementalists are incredibly incentivized to go into one element. It's hard for them to want to do stuff outside of that element, simply because bringing 2 attunements is too expensive in terms of skill slot cost, not energy cost, but skill slot cost. I do not want to be spending a quarter of my bar on attunements for 2 elements in order to be able to help my spells actually be affordable. So, like, that's a huge set of consequences. And this is something that ArenaNet has been struggling with for the entire existence of the Elementalist. Elementalists rely on their attunements to be able to make their energy kind of work. Emphasis on kind of work, right? Like, anybody who's spent time playing an Elementalist knows what this is like. You walk into an area, you get Chillblains, and suddenly you can't do anything because you no longer have the ability to manage your energy. And even when you have your attunement up and everything, like, you have to have something else to manage your energy, because an attunement decreases your energy costs. It does not eliminate them. It does not manage your energy. It like, in the traditional sense of helping you gain energy back. It looks like it, but it doesn't. It just makes everything a little bit cheaper. It's only when you get the, like, 100% refund from dual attuning that it actually, you know, does something, right? So, what ArenaNet struggled with is, how do they make it so that way you want to use multiple attunements? Hard agree from Mana Guy. It's like, ArenaNet's really struggled with, like, how do we make it so that way players will use multiple elements? Like, they want us to do stuff with multiple elements, like friggin' Chilling Winds, right? Target foe and all adjacent foes are struck for some cold damage, and then the next water hex targeting them lasts, like, twice as long. Yeah. Second Wind allows you to play with Chillblains. You can kind of get away with it with Glyph of Energy. Glyph of Energy is, like, just enough that you can kind of get around it to some extent. But, like, there's so many areas with Chillblains, and you just walk into them, and because there's, like, 5 enemies that all have Chillblains, and Chillblains is, like, a huge AoE, strip 2 enchantments off of people, like, you cannot keep attunements up. It is ridiculous. So anyway, because of the fundamental design of the Elementalist, basically saying you have to use an attunement to mitigate your energy costs, so that way you can, like, maybe actually be able to manage them with the help of things like Glyph of Lesser Energy and, like, Shock Arrow, which have such poor return on energy. Because of that, it's kind of... It means that you can't really go into another element, even though ArenaNet would really like for you to pair Steam with Fire Magic so you can blind things. Or really like you to combine Where's Tanai's Prison? Tanai's Prison with air magic, so you can inflict cracked armor on things and then have additional degen from it. Like, they've tried to build combos between elements into the Elementalist. They've tried and tried and tried, but most of the time it does not work. And the simple fact of the matter, the simple reason why, is because Elementalists can't go into other elements because they need to spend all of their friggin' skill slots on managing their energy for one element. They can't do it for another one. So anyway, here I am. I'm looking. I have a couple of different options I can do. I can say, okay, we'll stick with the original Vision Arena it had, where attunements mitigate the cost of your spells, and we'll go more conservative with the way that we're handling things, and maybe we'll be like, what if attunements were skills instead of spells, instead of enchantments, so they can't be stripped? I mean, that would solve the problem of Elementalists can't mitigate energy costs in areas with Chillblains and Strip Enchantment, which are everywhere. Or we have the radical approach. The radical approach where we say, no. Elementalists should not be built around this BS. It should not be built around attunements. Elementalists should be able to stand without having to spend a skill slot on attunements. It should be able to stand without having to do that. So the question is, how do we approach that? What do we want to do? What do I want to do? If I were to be told, Ciantier, you get to rework the Elementalist profession, what would I want to do? Well, if I take the more radical approach, I'd want to do stuff that would require so much iteration and testing that we can only sort of touch on the beginning points today. But that's what I want to talk about. So, let's be radical in terms of what we're discussing. First things first, energy storage is a garbage primary attribute. Increasing your maximum energy, like, all energy storage does is provides you a buffer for, like, it does two things. One, it lets the mind spells work that require to have more energy than your target. And two, it provides you a buffer for Overcast. This is, like, it does not let you have, like, so your energy is based on your energy regen. That is what mitigates your, that's the limit on your energy, not your maximum energy. Maximum energy gives you more, like, upfront bucket, but as things go on, you still have to wait for that bucket to refill, right? Like, as a battle drags on, the thing that keeps that bucket from emptying completely is your energy regeneration. The thing that gives you longevity in battle is energy regeneration, not maximum energy. Maximum energy is just initial out the door, like, explosiveness. Excuse me, got some hiccups here. So, energy storage, raising your maximum energy by 3, is useful for Overcast, the profession mechanic. That's hardly used, kind of, but you kind of want to use all the time. Now, I think I do like keeping the Overcast mechanic as it exists, but I think I would want to address it a little bit differently, and we'll discuss that as we go. I'm getting some ideas already. But let's just start with what I'd want to do to energy storage. I would want to try, massive emphasis on try, because I do not know if this would be overpowered or not, changing it so that way at rank 4, 10, and 16, you get +1 energy regeneration. Like, just straight up, more energy regeneration. Give Elementalists more energy regeneration than everyone else. So at 4 energy storage, you'd have +12 maximum energy and +1 energy regeneration. At 10, you'd have +30 maximum energy from energy storage and +2 energy regeneration. And at 16, you'd have, what is that, like 48 increased maximum energy and +3 energy regeneration. Yeah, that's a lot of bonus, like, passive energy regeneration. But if we went that approach, then Elementalists would be the spellcasters with the most raw energy regeneration. Like, they are overflowing with energy. in the sense that they have the most base, like highest amount of raw energy regeneration. This still does not, by the way, overcome their energy costs at all. A lot of spells would need to become cheaper if we're going to change attunements, and I want to, because I want to free Elementalists up from reliance on attunements. But you know, more maximum energy gives buffer for Overcast, more energy storage. Or more energy regeneration allows them to be able to afford spells better from their profession and other professions. And I want to make this very clear. One of the things that I like is when primary attributes can be of benefit for doing stuff with your secondary. Imagine Elementalists being able to walk around with a passive half BIP on them the entire time, or like just permanent blood ritual, permanent +3 energy regen. It's kind of a balance issue. Yeah. Exactly. And Elementalists to go into other professions. That's exactly the idea, right? And so, like, again, this would require massive testing because it is a huge balance risk. Playing with the fundamental energy rates of the game is a huge balance risk. But I think it's absolutely worth trying out. And the other thing, too, is Elementalist does get to make higher initial green numbers by putting more into their elements, so they can hit harder with their stuff, use their stuff better than secondaries can. But I don't mind making it a bit easier for people to like use Blinding Flash and things. Okay, so that brings us to so if attunements are no longer going to be about decreasing energy costs of spells, which is what they effectively are, right? This is effectively taking like 5 energy skills and making them what? 3 energy? Is that what it works out to? 0.3 times 5 is 15, so that's going to be 1 plus 1. Yeah, so it's going to be 2. So it's going to make, instead of the attunements basically being a sort of like expertise for Elementalist spells, which is what they are, what I'd actually do, I think, what I'd try, is making it so that way they're still enchantments. I don't know what stats you'd want to give them, but I would just kind of start where, like, the 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 30 second recharge, like 60 second duration sort of thing that they currently are. I might consider making them maintained enchantments for sort of the effect that I'm about to propose, which is that they, like, increase your damage with that element, but make all spells you cast of that element cause some amount of overcast. Like, maybe, like, 3? So something to the effect of like, and again, these are just like initial starting numbers that would need to be tested. But if it read like air attunement, enchantment spell, for 62 seconds you are attuned to air. Air magic spells you cast, or air magic skills you use, inflict 30% more damage, but cause +3 overcast. Something like that. I don't know what the values would need to be. I think these could be maintained enchantments as well. So that way it would be something like enchantment spell. While you maintain this enchantment, you are attuned to air. Your air magic skills deal plus 30% damage. Or even something like you have plus X to air magic, right? Like plus 3 air magic or something. But whenever you cast an air magic spell, I actually kind of like this. This is a wonky idea. But what if all of the attunements were in energy storage, so other professions couldn't grab them, and then they all had that sort of effect, where it was the plus attributes was scaled on your energy storage. So having higher energy storage would allow you to be able to get your attunement up higher in order to be able to attune to that element and have it have plus attributes. So if it was like at 16 energy storage plus 4 to the attribute, or like 15. At 15 energy storage, yeah, let's do 15 energy storage, it gets up to plus 4 to the attribute. And at like 1 or 2 energy storage is at plus 1. And then it's just, but they have like 3 overcast, and it's while you maintain this enchantment. I think, and then you could just give it like a 5-second recharge or something. I think I like that idea. I think I like that idea a lot for attunements to something to try with them, because then that allows you to be able to play with Overcast a little bit better. It allows you to hit harder as an Elementalist, and specifically with your elements as a primary Elementalist, because you're able to permanently or like effectively permanently buff your elements at a cost of one of your additional pips of energy regen, right? So your energy regen goes down, and you're causing Overcast, but you can cancel it whenever you want in order to not do that. That to me, I think, is a really cool idea. And then Elemental Attunement would just be kind of an elite version of that affects all of your elements, right? You get plus attributes to all of your elements, but they all cause Overcast. That would be very, very, very strong, but that would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. I'm not sure if it would need to scale slightly lower, so like only able to get to +3 to everything instead of +4 to a specific one. But it would mean there would be no point to dual attuning, because you'd be able to hit caps so easily. But Elementalist is like, it's one of the professions that's able to increase its attributes. So I think that's the direction that I'd go with attunements. That's what I'd try. I really like this idea of you maintain the attunement, and that makes you better at the thing, but it also has a cost associated with it. So the other thing that does that's really important is it makes it a lot easier to just reliably get Overcast. So with that in mind, and trying to keep that sort of context in mind, it's a very different idea. So I really do not know exactly how it would play or how, like, what the balance would be or anything like that. But let's start talking about some spells. So one of the other things that Elementalist has is a little bit of a trick. Is utility can be kind of limited, and I think Elementalist utility, like better utility in for the Elementalist is also something that'd be really, really good. So I guess some of the stuff doesn't really need to change under that model. I think Arc Lightning could easily be 1 second cast time. I think that the basic effect is, I don't know. Okay, so this is where things are really, really difficult to kind of assess. Obviously, I'm having in 16 air right now, so I'm just going to drop this at 12 to be more appropriate to the way that I've been doing these. So, Arc Lightning, I mean, even though theoretically, under what I'm talking about, you'd be using these at like 20 if you wanted to use 2 superior runes. Boy, after all of that talk, I need to recalibrate my brain to just look at skills now. So it's really, really hard for me to know exactly how that paradigm would work, how it would operate, what I'm proposing with the attunements and all of that. I feel like Arc Lightning's base damage could be higher. Let's see. 2 foes near your target are struck for additional lightning damage. I mean, the thing is, I don't mind the Overcast thing, and it works so much better with what I'm proposing, too. I would want to make sure, as well, that the spells would trigger the Overcast themselves. So, if you had no Overcast and you cast Arc Lightning with Elemental Attunement, or with an Attunement up, or Air Attunement up, as I'm proposing Air Attunement, it would cause the Overcast, and then it would notice it has the Overcast and do the Overcast effect. So it would make it quite reliable to get Overcast in that paradigm if you're wanting it. So, like, on that front, Arc Lightning could reliably have that additional clause, but most of the power of the spell is in the Overcast. I think I would adjust this a bit, so that way I would put like 71 in the primary damage source and like 63 or something in the two additional foes part. I think I would try something kind of more like that, but the basic effect of this I think is fine. Again, with the paradigm of the attunements that I'm working with, I'm not going to keep repeating that, but I'll bring it up every now and then if new people are asking sort of something, new people dropping into the stream. Blinding Flash. I've always thought Blinding Flash is overall fine. Here's the thing, is I'm not sure what this should actually be costed. The energy cost of blinding, like, blind is an incredibly powerful condition. But this is a single target blind. I don't know if, for PvE balance reasons, if this needs to be 10 energy or if it could be 5. I think I would genuinely try it at 5 and just see if that feels like it's too strong. Let's see. Something I should actually do. So if Elementalist has 6 pips of energy regen from 10 energy storage, which is what I expect values to be most of the time, right? Going to 16 energy storage is a very heavy investment of resources because it means you're putting your headpiece and a superior rune in. So I don't expect most Elementalists would go up to the 7 pips of energy regen they could get under what I'm proposing. But 6 would mean they'd recover 2 energy per second. Yeah. I mean, that still is going to add up. So I would try Blinding Flash at 5 energy. Let's see, Blinding Surge. Target foe is struck for 41 lightning damage. That foe and all adjacent foes are blinded for 7 seconds. As armor penetration, if the spell strikes an attacking foe, all adjacent foes are also struck. Or also take the damage. Yeah, and it does increase damage. Is this... This is a very complicated spell. I'm just checking to see if it has... No, this is the same PvE and PvP. Yeah. I feel like this is an incredibly complicated thing. Let's see, this is... So, to try to kind of externalize what I'm kind of going through in my brain right now, I feel like this is an incredibly complicated skill in terms of how it reads. Not how it plays, but how it reads. It does AoE damage, and it does AoE blind. And then the damage is increased if it hits an attacking foe. And becomes AoE. And what I'm trying to wonder right now is... what should this... Like, do I have a reason to change how this one operates? Because I feel like this is appropriate at 10 energy, is the thing, for the effect that it has. But I'm wondering if I would want to change it to some other effect or just leave it here. I think I would want to just leave it here, frankly. I think. Again, it's a little bit hard because the change paradigm that I'm proposing is so radically different. I don't really have a good way of like building a solid framework for it. So I'm working in a very like theoretical headspace. Boy, I have a lot of hiccups today. A very theoretical place, and it's a little bit hard to kind of envision exactly what that should look like. I think Chain Lightning. Yeah, I think I would drop Chain Lightning's energy to 5. I think I'd drop its cost to 5. But maybe, depending upon testing, I might bump its overcast. I don't know. I think I'd drop it to 5, though, and just kind of try it there. Chilling Winds, target foe and all adjacent foes are struck for cold damage. The next water magic hex targeting a hexed foe lasts longer. Okay, so I don't use Chilling Winds like ever. I think if you bumped the damage here up to closer to like 75 or 80, I might try this at about plus 20 damage and see how that goes. To see if that makes it more appealing. Again, the paradigm that I'm suggesting makes it a lot easier to just grab Chilling Winds and go into multiple elements. The other thing that I could see trying, actually, with Chilling Winds, and I think I like this better than... Because right now it says for 10 seconds the next water magic hex targeting a hexed foe lasts longer. What I kind of like as something to try instead is target foe and all adjacent foes are struck for at 12 air magic, call it 74 damage, and any water magic hexes on those foes are refreshed or are renewed or whatever the actual term is, but basically like have their conditions reset to, or their durations reset to max. Or like have 10 seconds added to their durations or something like that. I like the idea of like refreshed, but that's the direction that I think I'd prefer to take Chilling Winds, where it benefits your water magic hexes post-Hawk instead of pre-Hawk, if I'm using Hawk at all correctly there, HOC. But where it would, instead of like preparing them for water magic hexes, if it was like, you have water magic hexes on you, I'm going to make them last longer. But by doing it by refreshing the ones that are already on you. I like Conjure Lightning overall as is. However, you could definitely make this a little bit friendlier to use by decreasing the recharge to more like 15 seconds or something. That just makes it a bit more resilient against stripping. I don't think that's necessary, like strictly necessary. The longer cooldown is better for PvP balance and doesn't impact PvE that much, so I wouldn't necessarily change it, but I just, yeah, kind of mention it. Enervating Charge. This is mostly for weakness. I feel like this could deal like another like 16 points of damage and be 5 energy. So I try bumping it to like 61 damage at 12 and make it 5 energy. Gale. What I'm trying to debate here is, should this be cheaper or not? I think for PvE, yeah, drop the Overcast and the energy costs both to 5. I think the Overcast on it is appropriate because knockdowns are very strong. But I don't think in PvE this needs to be 10-10 on both of those. 5-second recharge is very strong, though. Part of what Overcast does is it works as like a balancing factor against low recharges on powerful spells. So spells with low recharges are something that you can spam, but Overcast punishes you for spamming them. So it means that they're more an always available strategic choice rather than something that you're trying to use all the time. So I think it is appropriate for Gale to have Overcast with its lower recharge for something that's a knockdown like this. But I also don't think it should be quite as expensive as it is in PvE. So exactly, Mana Guy. Gale is one of those skills that was really strong on secondary professions, Primary Elementalist, the only reason to use this is if you don't want Chain Lightning for some reason as your Overcast source right now in the game. But changing it so that way, that's not really a consideration. Kind of eliminates that as a consideration, or like a need. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about trying to balance this for PvP. Glimmering Mark. 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 15-second recharge. It's a hex spell for 10 seconds. Target foe and all foes adjacent to your target take 21 damage each second, and foes using attack skills are blinded for 3 seconds. This hex ends if you use a skill that targets this foe. Glimmering Mark is an interesting spell. I think this one's actually, like, if you've ever played with this one, I think it's actually kind of decent. It just has the... I think in PvE you can just get rid of this hex ends if you use a skill that targets this foe clause. I think that would be fine. The other thing, by the way, that Elementalist doesn't have is Elementalist has no signets. Instead, it has glyphs. I don't know if anybody, like, how much people notice that necessarily, but that's part of what makes Elementalist skill bars more expensive, is they have no free skills to slot on them in the form of signets. Instead, they have these glyphs that affect spells. That said, I think Glyph of Swiftness is fine. It does a fine thing. Makes your projectiles move faster, and more importantly, makes your spells recharge faster. Gust. So I actually am quite fine with the weird enchant you and target ally spells. I feel like Gust is fine. Foes struck by Gust while attacking or moving are knocked down. I like these skills, so I don't feel a particular need to change Gust. Invoke Lightning, what I'd do with this is I'd drop it to 5 energy, and I'd get rid of Overcast on it. And maybe lower its recharge to 4 seconds. Just make this spammable. It's your elite. You should be getting something good out of it. And I want it to be noticeably different from Chain Lightning. And right now, it is Chain Lightning with plus a little bit of damage. That is Invoke Lightning. And the only reason this is scary on Marganite spellcasters as it is because they have high stats and a higher level. Like, their additional level means that they get additional strike factor, and I think they have some additional air magic as well. A lot of what I'm doing, by the way, probably makes some of the enemy elementalists scarier, so you know, there's that. But yeah, I'd get rid of the Overcast, I'll drop the energy cost to 5 and the recharge to like 4 and see, does this feel too strong? How about hitting more targets? I mean, I would be a little bit hesitant to that because air magic is not supposed to be an AoE attribute. That's definitely a possibility. I would get rid of the Overcast regardless, but I could see leaving it at 10 energy and increasing it to like 3 other foes near your target. That could be another direction that you could take it. But I'm hesitant to sort of... I think it's really important that the elements have differentiated effects, or like differentiated things that they're good at. So I want to be careful about not making it too capable of area of effect. I could see changing it to have a larger area of effect, though. Instead of foes near your target, it could be in the area of your target. Maybe make it the elite air version of Flare with no Overcast. That's actually another very strong possibility. I could see giving it like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 0 recharge, no Overcast. Target foe is struck for 100 lightning damage. The spell has 25% armor penetration. If you're Overcast, adjacent foes are struck for 50% of the damage dealt. Something like that. To where it's kind of a variant on Flare. I don't mind that at all, but I don't want to face those enemies that have it. but I could see that being another interesting direction to take it. Or even just not care about Overcast at all. And just like target foe struck for 100 damage at 12 air magic. 5 energy, 1 second cast time, no recharge. Has 25% armor penetration. That's just it. It's just an elite spell. It's just like bam, 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 bam. That'd be actually a lot of fun and terrifying to face. But in a different way than it currently is. Lightning Bolt. This is a weird gimmicky spell. If it hits a moving foe, they're struck for additional damage for some reason. Okay, so Air Magic's always kind of had this problem in my mind, where it's got a lot of like gimmicky single target stuff that all add up to the same amount of damage. So why not just use the least gimmicky ones? I don't know why this is not just a simpler spell. To me, Lightning Bolt should be the simplest, sort of. But the problem is it came late. I don't know why Lightning Bolt was like a Nightfall spell or whatever it is. Is it Nightfall? I think of it so much as an Eye of the North skill because of the golems there. Yeah, it is Nightfall. Skill history for details. If Lightning Bolt strikes a moving foe, that foe struck for... I mean, I guess... Why this one has a skill history page and other things don't, I don't know. Let's see. So, I mean, I don't like this moving foe clause. Moving foe is always a very awkward clause to be able to hit well. Also, this is a projectile, so it can be dodged because your foe's moving. What I'd want to do with this is make it a simpler, just target takes like 75 lightning damage type spell. I feel like this, of all of them, wants to just kind of be a very straightforward effect. Let's see, what is... Yeah, Lightning Strike's got the same numbers. Part of what's tricky, too, is I'm looking at this at, like, lower values than I normally would because I'm looking at it at 12. I don't know if I should be looking at it at 16, but then I have to figure out other stuff for everyone else. I feel like at this sort of investment of Air Magic, just having it be like 70 lightning damage, just straight up, just 70 lightning damage, put it on like a 3-second recharge, call it a day. Armor penetration, obviously, let's move on. That's kind of where I want things. So Lightning Hammer is super expensive. What I think I would do, like, I think the damage value and the applying cracked armor is fine. I actually kind of like the idea of dropping this to 15 energy, because remember, we're in a different paradigm here. And then having this like, if you have 13 air magic or more, your target is also knocked down. I think I like some sort of weird clause like that. Just like 15 energy, 2-second cast time, 4-second recharge, spell, target foe is struck for whatever lightning damage it is at your attributes, and applies cracked armor for 17 seconds. It has if you have more than 13 air magic, your target is also knocked down. Has 25% armor penetration. I feel like I like something like that. I like the idea of having additional effects clauses if you're basically a primary elementalist, so that's what that would effectively do. Lightning Javelin. This one has some really interesting and unique functionality that rewards position like good positioning and weird targeting, and is way too finicky. Like, I don't know if you've ever played with this thing, but it is super finicky. Let's see. What kind of comes to my mind immediately is changing it. I mean, you can leave it interrupting attacking foes. I like, instead of having this weird penetration, like, and strikes all foes between you and your target clause, which is very weird and very finicky, have it knock down foes that have cracked armor. So send out a lightning javelin that strikes for, let's bump the damage up to like 50, let's be real here. 50 lightning damage if it hits. Lightning javelin interrupts attacking foes and knocks down foes with cracked armor. It has 25% armor penetration. I'd try something like that. That's a bit more appealing to me. Lightning orb, I would drop to 10 energy under this paradigm. Otherwise, I think it's fine. Lightning strike, I think I'd drop to 3 second or to like a 4-second recharge, but otherwise I'd leave it. Lightning surge. I like lightning surge reasonably well, and don't really feel like it needs much different. But I also recognize that it maybe needs something a little bit more oomphy with in the land we're talking about. Has cracked armor. Let's see. What would I want Lightning Surge to do if I wanted to try to give it a little bit more oomph that's not just more raw damage? Because I think its damage is okay. I mean, obvious things are decreasing the energy cost. I mean, this is... You could try this at 5 energy. I'd try this at 5 energy. See how that feels. I think Lightning Touch is overall fine. I don't think... I'm fine with where this one's at. Mind Shock. Yeah, if you have more energy than that foe suffers more lightning damage and knocked down. I don't mind the mind skill effect. This one's I think I'd probably drop this one to a 5-second recharge to line it up with the other mind spells, though, which I think are all mostly 5-second recharges. Yes? That's 5 seconds. This is 5 seconds. Yeah, I think I'd just try dropping it to a 5-second recharge. See how that feels. Ride the Lightning, I'd drop to 5 energy. I think 10. I think the Overcast is appropriate. I think 10 energy is more than this needs to cost, though. So I'd try it there and just kind of see how it feels. The strength of this skill is the fact that it's a Shadow Step on a 5-second recharge that can Shadow Step you to both enemies and allies. So I would kind of leave it kind of at that. Shell Shock? Okay, so go with me on this journey. I could see adding Dazed to this for like a second or 2. Or 3, maybe. Like, the amount of damage that this currently deals is pitiful. Like, you bring this because of it can be AoE cracked armor. I think what I would consider with this is actually something like target foe and all adjacent foes are struck for 26 lightning damage and have cracked armor for 17 seconds. This spell has 25% armor penetration. I don't know where that line would go in this, but if you are Overcast, this spell also inflicts Dazed for like 5 seconds, 5 seconds, something like that. I would try that. Elementalist has dealt dazed before. Thunderclap used to inflict dazed, so I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility for it to do it. And I think this just by default being AoE cracked armor, basically, rather than like focusing on damage or anything, is the sort of initial direction I take with it. With Shock, I drop the Overcast to 5. I don't think it needs to be 10 in PvE. Otherwise, I think I'm fine with its numbers. Shock Arrow. So this is an interesting cycle. I think what I'd want to do with this whole cycle is change it to be 5 energy plus 1 energy for 2 ranks of energy storage to you gain... Let's see. I think I just change it to you gain 5 energy plus 1 energy for every rank of energy storage. So I'd basically double its energy storage based energy gain. I would try that and see how that feels. I think that these are important tools to have, so that way you can have energy management tools that help you manage your energy based upon doing the thing. In this case, I might change Shock Arrow to be if Shock Arrow strikes a foe suffering from cracked armor or that's knocked down, and allow it to be able to count knocked down as well as cracked armor. That's certainly something I would consider. But and give a try to. But I would boost the energy gain from this. Right now, the energy gain from this is an absolute joke for trying to manage Elementalist energy. Even with the increased energy regeneration I'm talking about, Elementalist wants to cast spells so often it will drain its energy. I don't know if you've ever like worked with Blood Ritual, but it helps, but it doesn't eliminate energy problems. And if I'm changing the attunements to basically be something that like makes it that way you have, like, if it's a maintained enchantment like I'm proposing, you're going to want energy management options still. Like, Elemental's still going to need help with this energy. Making Shock Arrow return more energy. In this whole cycle, like Glowstone, Shock Arrow, Glowing Gaze, and Glowing Ice. For all of these, what I would not change their damage or their stats. Otherwise, I just make it so that way they gain 5 energy plus 1 energy for every rank of energy storage instead of for every 2 ranks. So that way you could get real energy out of them. That's the main change I do to them. Storm Jin's Haste. So this is a self-movement buff that for some reason has this: each second that you're moving, you lose an energy clause. It's a weird line. I think what I might do to this is say each second that you're moving, you lose 1 energy and deal like 25 at 12 lightning damage to enemies adjacent to you. This spell has 25% armor penetration. Just that way, it's like it's doing some damage pulses as you're moving. You're getting something out of that energy cost, not just moving 25% faster. I think I'd try something like that. That makes it a lot more appealing for like a warrior or an assassin or whatever, a dervish, to use as well, which I think is really cool and helps up some of that additional value. 25 might be a little high, but that would be where I'd start. Nice win. Target foe and all adjacent foes take some cold damage, and burning foe struck by it take an additional pile of damage and are interrupted. I think this is actually a fine spell as is. It has some really good numbers on it. The biggest problem that this spell has is, again, cross-profession or cross-element stuff is just really, really awkward to try to do with the current Elementalist paradigm. And with what I'm proposing, it should theoretically be easier. So I would just leave this one alone. Thunderclap, create a massive shockwave at target foe's location. Boy, doesn't that sound a lot more dramatic than this actually is. Deals some AoE lightning damage, interrupts foes, and inflicts cracked armor and weakness. This one's always been a little bit of a challenge for them. Thunderclap's had a lot of really odd effects over the years. Just kind of want to look at a couple of them with y'all. Thunderclap's skill history. So, original spell. It was an elite hex spell, 10 energy, 2 second cast time, 15 second recharge. For 8, 18, 20 seconds, the next time target foe is struck for lightning damage, that foe and adjacent foes are knocked down, and you lose energy or it ends. So, Thunderclap used to be a hex that made lightning damage knock things down. Whenever they're struck by lightning damage, you lose some of you lose some energy or it ends, but it's a hex that stays on them. And whenever they're dealt lightning damage, they get knocked down. Like, that's real strong. I'm not surprised they changed that. Wand somebody and knock them down in an AoE. So yeah, it says they updated it in June 30th, 2005 to be it says updated several vague or confusing skill descriptions. So instead of next time, it just says if target foe is struck for lightning damage, that foe and adjacent foes are knocked down and you lose some energy or Thunderclap ends. And then they changed it. So Thunderclap got changed in 2008. So we had 3 years of wanding people for AoE knockdowns. Decreased casting time to 1 second, increased recharge to 20 seconds. Functionality changed to deals 1563, 75 damage. After 3 seconds, inflicts dazed condition to target and adjacent foes. Has 25% armor penetration. So yeah, it's like, here's the flash of lightning damage, and then the thunder rolls in and dazes everybody for a little bit. That's part of where I was getting the idea of daze for Shell Shock from, by the way. And then we got the rework to the current version in January 2012. So I am overall fine-ish with this version. The AoE is fairly small. Inflicting 2 conditions like that are quite useful conditions to inflict is also pretty cool. I think I would want this to part of me wants to add the line knocks down dazed foes. Which just feels like extra somehow, but that's what I would do. I would maybe bump the damage up a teeny bit to, like, say 47 at 12 air magic, and then add the line struck foes that are dazed are knocked down. Basically, like, knocks down dazed foes. I don't know, it just amuses me a lot, and I kind of like that idea of that interaction, the idea that you shell shock somebody, daze them, and then thunderclap them and knock them down. It's overly complicated, it's overly convoluted. Like, daze needs no weird things coming off of it, but at the same time, I just really, really, really like that line, so I would do that to thunderclap because it amuses me. Whirlwind, this is another spell that I think is just fine where it's at. Windborne Speed, I dropped to 5 energy. Otherwise, I think the spell is fine. But 10 energy is way too much to spend on this. Okay, well, that covers air magic. We spent the first, hour talking about how I'd redo things with the Elementalist in a broad sense, so I guess it makes sense that these might go a little faster. Earth magic. I actually quite like Aftershock where it is. I don't really think it needs to change. I think the energy cost on it is good. The recharge is fine. Damage is really solid if you're able to get the conditional clause. Plays really well with some stuff. The main issue with Aftershock is Elementalist doesn't have good synergies with it. So we'll talk about changing Dragon Stomp, because I don't really think you need 2 copies of Earthquake. Armor of Earth. So for 30 seconds, you gain a massive pile of armor, but you move slower. 10 energy feels like a lot for this to be self-targeted. What I would actually do with this is I would probably drop the... I would probably set this to static armor of 40. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, okay, go with me on this journey. I would take Armor of Earth, and I would say make it scale, the duration be what scale with the attribute. Get rid of the snare clause. I mean, it's flavorful, but it really does not help. So get rid of the snare clause. Set the armor to 40. Have it be the duration that scales. Something like 5 ... 15 ... 18. Something like that. I don't know. I'd have to actually like figure out a linear curve, because I think, boy, trying to figure out how I want to demonstrate this, whatever, this way. Figure out a line of going up, whatever that would actually end up being. But instead of being you, I would have it target ally for, like, say at the 12 spec in Earth, for 15 seconds, target ally has plus 40 armor. And then put this at like 5 energy with like a 12-second recharge or something, or 15-second recharge is fine. Like, just allow you to be able to use it to give armor to allies. That, to me, is something that Earth should be able to do. I mean, it's friggin' like a Great Dwarf armor sort of situation, right? I want this to be Great Dwarf armor, effectively, the spell, and actually, like, not PvE only mode. So yeah, let Earth protect people like that. So that's what I do with Armor of Earth. I'd make it work that way. Ash Blast. So this one's an interesting one. It target and adjacent foes are struck for some earth damage, and then if they're burning, they're hexed with Ash Blast, which gives them a chance to miss with attacks. This is basically Earth Steam. Is really what this is. Like, those who don't get what I'm talking about, Steam right here is strike a target foe for some cold damage, and if they're on fire, they're blinded. Because, you know, it turns to steam in their eyes, as the icon clearly indicates. Ash Blast is the idea that you're hitting them, they're on fire, and so all of the ash gets swirled up into their eyes and is blinding them for 5 seconds, except it's a hex, then therefore is less effective than having steam in your eyes, which, I don't know, ash would sting quite a bit as well. Anyway, let's not get too practical here with our pretend magic system. I don't really tend to use this one much. Here's what I think I would want to try. I would try setting this to like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 5 second recharge, spell. Not a hex spell, just a spell. Target foe is struck for around 65, 70 earth damage. If that foe is burning, adjacent foes, like other adjacent foes, are struck for or no, that foe and adjacent, like, basically what I do is, if that foe is burning, that foe and adjacent foes have like 3 seconds of burning and blind. Does that make sense? Like, it basically targets one person, but if they're already on fire, it spreads fire and blind in an AoE around them. I'm not quite sure exactly how to word that to be clear, but so like, target foe is struck for like 70 earth damage. I forget the exact value I said initially, but whatever. 70 earth damage. If that foe is burning, adjacent foes are set on fire for, are set on fire and burn and blinded for 3 seconds. Something like that. I would make the burning duration and the blind duration just set to 3 seconds, by the way. I wouldn't have it be variable. I just have the damage be variable. I like that idea as, like, something to try. I quite like it. Churning Earth. So right now, this is a damage over time. Because, like, the thing is, if at, like, a 5-second recharge, I could even see, like, trying to lower the recharge some so that way you could, like, try to keep the same effect going, but I think just 5-second recharge. Like, I would actually want to use that spell with, like, Glyph of Immolations. Like, oh yeah, I set that on fire, and then things spread. I don't know, it just seems like a good idea to me. Okay, anyway. Churning Earth. So spell, create Churning Earth at target foe's location. For the next 5 seconds, Churning Earth strikes foes near that location for some damage, and any foes moving faster than normal struck by Churning Earth will knock down. This is one of those effects that I think is actually overall just fine, but I would drop it to 10 energy and a 15-second recharge. And just try that. Crystal Wave. I really like this one. I think this is a really cool effect. I think I would probably make it 10 energy with a 10-second recharge instead of 15-15. Drop it to 10-10. Because you're already spending a huge cost of removing conditions from the foe, which in many ways is often a cost. Hello, Molecular Mushroom. Well, I'm not deleting any skills. As you'll notice from my approach, no deleting, creating, or renaming skills. Sticking with their energy costs of 0, 1, 5, 10, 15, and 25. You don't like Crystal Wave? I assume your Crystal Wave is the skill you're talking about. I mean, I really like the design of Crystal Wave. I think it's really cool on, like, fragility builds. And, like, give me a Shockwave Crystal Wave wave thing. By the way, welcome. Good to see you. I mean, yeah, I like Crystal Wave. I would drop it to 10-10 to make it a little bit easier to use. But okay, Dragon Stomp. This guy right here. What I would want to do to Dragon Stomp is it does not need to be a clone of Earthquake. Like I said, I don't think you need a clone of Earthquake. I would change this to be Aftershock's companion. So probably yeah, that makes sense. Well, I appreciate the lurk. The lurk is always appreciated. I think I like this at like 10 overcast, 10 energy, 1 second cast time, like 10-second recharge, deals like around 70-ish. Hey, Dead on Stick. Yeah, you missed air magic. You'll have to catch the VOD. I should actually take a moment, since I know people just arrived, of some of the initial like base changes that I'm working with in my head for what I would do to Elementalist. So one of the big things is that I'm going to, on average, lower energy costs. Change energy storage to also get you +1 energy regen, starting at 4 attributes and then every 6 afterwards. So +1 energy regen at 4, +2 at 10, +3 at 16 energy storage. And then change attunements to all be in energy storage, maintained enchantments that give you plus attributes to the related element, and have and make, whenever you use a skill of that element, you get like 3 overcast or something. So, for example, Earth Attunement would be... I'm just going to fill up my party so people don't try to add here. But be, like, for example, at 15 energy storage, you'd have +4 earth magic, but your earth spells would, or your earth skills, not spells, your earth skills would cause 3 overcast. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, it is... I can kind of see what you're talking about a little bit. I think skills that have Overcast need to have a good reason for having Overcast and not just be kind of like arbitrary. And to me, it's a spammability issue. So if they're really spammable with low energy costs, they should also have a fairly comparable Overcast in order to kind of like balance them out. But that's kind of how I feel about it. So anyway, I like the idea of the attunements allowing you to be like, I'm going to become really good at this element, but it's going to like mean that I have to be careful about how much I'm doing it too. Yeah. Yeah, it is, kind of. Anyway, I went over kind of how Overcast works at the beginning as well, but just as a reminder to everybody, like, I'm dramatically shifting how energy management works for the Elementalist, and I already mentioned that I'd have these work for +1 energy for every rank of energy storage instead of every 2. Yeah, and again, that's why I drop it to 5. It's because knockdown's really strong, and spammable knockdown, which shock is very strong. I mean, it's at 10 because so that way warriors can't spam it too much in PvP. That's the real answer to your question. But yeah, so anyway, back to Dragon Stomp. I like it being, let's see, what is this? This is, yeah, nearby foes. I would have Dragon Stomp be more or less the same, like, text, except instead of all foes near that location, all foes near you are knocked down and struck for 85 earth damage. Yeah, like, increased maximum energy on Elementalist does 2 purposes: to buffer for Overcast and to brain function. Buffer Overcast and wow. Make mind spells work. There we go. But yeah, so like 10 energy, 10 Overcast, 10-second recharge, 1-second cast time, spell, all foes near you are knocked down and are struck for 85 earth damage. I'd try that and see where it kind of goes. I already talked about Earth Attunement. I think I'd probably do that to Ether Prodigy. Is make Ether Prodigy specifically help you get rid of Overcast. Like, what it does to help with Overcast is it gives you more energy to decrease with Overcast. That's what it does about Overcast. Earthen Shackles. So this is that lovely binding effect. Yeah. You're not wrong on that front. Yeah, you're not wrong on that front. Yeah, I mean that'll inform some ideas of like what Aura of Restoration might do. So we'll talk about that when we get there. Earthen Shackles. So let's see. So right now it's a incredibly strong snare that when it ends applies weakness. Just finish off that glass of water. It's true, but that's why I'd have them be maintain enchantments where you can end them when you start getting low. I don't know if 3 is the exact value that I'd want it to be either. I could see it being anywhere between like 1 and 3. It's the sort of thing where I would need to legitimately just test it and see how it plays. I have worked with Iron Mist a couple of times, and this makes your air spells have Overcast, 3 points of Overcast, and it's not that terrible. But yeah. Okay, Earthen Shackles. I mean, this is one of those skills that I'm like actually fairly just okay with. But I could also see it being... I could see changing it to something slightly different, but I don't know. This is one of the things that's always really tricky is, am I fine with the spell sort of as is, or do I want something different from it? Of like, okay, well, what sort of thing would I want different than if I were to make something different out of it? I'm just scanning over the other skills. Yeah, the recharge does suck. I mean, yeah, that's kind of where I'm kind of landing of like, this is a fine spell. Like, I could think of other things to do with it. For example, I could see it being less like target foe and all nearby foes are have their move and attack speeds decreased by 33% for 6 seconds. This refreshes whenever they're struck for earth damage. Or, you know, things like that. Like, I could absolutely see doing random things like that, but I'm also just, like, fine with it as is and just, like, set it to, like... Yeah, 10 seconds was kind of my initial gut reaction. Of, like, just drop the recharge to, like... 10 seconds. I think the effect, being as big of an AoE as it is worth the 10 energy. But, because it's a nearby range, which is pretty big. And then 17 seconds of weakness is nothing to laugh at either. I would probably, again, like a lot of these are just going to be like, here's an initial trial and see where it kind of feels. So I think I like the idea of moving it down to 10 seconds, see how that feels, see if it feels like it needs to be lower. Earthquake, I'd drop to 15 energy, 2-second cast time, and 7-second recharge. That's what I would do. Otherwise, I would just try it there and see how that felt. It does not need to be 25 energy. 3-second cast time is very long. Moving along. Ebon Hawk. Nira is a pretty big AoE size. Like, it's already a pretty big AoE. So, I don't know. Like, again, this is just kind of where I would try it to start and see if it felt like it needed something more. At 15 energy, 2-second cast time, 7-second recharge. I think is the numbers I said. Well, I mean, I would nerf Mesmer's damage capabilities. So, we also had a gigantic rant about armor to start off the stream, where I probably went into the weeds way too much, but that's just kind of how I am. Ebon Hawk, I would drop this to 5 energy. Eruption. I mean, this is a strong effect. I think I would do a couple things to this. I would scratch my head and wonder why this is in earth magic instead of in fire magic. That's the first thing that I would do. But then shrug my shoulders and say, well, this is where they put the spell named Eruption. And I don't want to take it out of earth magic necessarily. And then I would decrease the blind duration to 3 seconds, but decrease the energy cost to 15 and the recharge to like 15 and just start there and see how that feels. So you can actually use it a little bit more often, but also when you're playing against it, you're not blinded for freaking ever the moment you're hit by it. Alternatively, it could just be a one-shot spell instead of a pulse at the area and just do like 100 damage and blind for 10 seconds. But I think I like the idea of just, at least for now, leaving it at the, or for like that initial sort of thing, leaving it at the pulse, but decreasing the blind duration and the energy cost and recharge, as I was saying. Glowstone already talked about. Wait. Hello, Judgmental Unicorn. Welcome. This is interesting. Is anybody else noticing what's interesting? All of these are 8-second recharges except for this one at 7. Why is this one at 7-second recharge instead of 8? Huh. That's weird. So for those who are not super familiar with the Elementalist, there are... I've talked about them already, but there are a spell per element that has this sort of line of like, deals some amount of damage if it hits a foe that has this condition or this state related to this element. So cracked armor, weakness, burning, and hexed by a water magic hex. Gain 5 energy plus 1 for every 2 ranks of energy storage. Like there's one in each element with that model. And most of them have 8-second recharges, but for some random reason Glowstone has a 7-second recharge. And that's just kind of a bit of a head scratcher to me. I guess, I don't know, but like all of these, I would change it so that way it gives you more energy. Plus 1 energy for every rank of energy storage instead of every 2. I would leave it at 7 seconds, not knowing why it's there. I might bump it up to 8 because the Melvin in me, for those who don't know, Melvin is a reference to like design aesthetics from that's used in Magic the Gathering. Wants all of them to line up, but I don't know. I mean, I'd drop Stoning down to 10 energy, but we haven't gotten there yet. Grasping Earth. Grasping Earth is one of those spells that I'm overall fine with. I think I would lower the energy cost to 5 and the duration to more like 8 seconds at this rank at 12 energy or at 12 Earth Magic. I don't think it needs to last quite as long, and maybe lower the cooldown a little bit as well to more like 9 seconds, like 5 3/4 9 and lasting 8 at 12 Earth Magic. I think I'd try that with Grasping Earth. Iron Mist. Iron Mist has been a weird problem child for them for a long time. For a while, it made you immune to all types of damage except lightning damage. That was weird. Now it's this weird cross synergy with air magic. Let's see. So yeah, the original was a hex spell. Target foe moves 90% slower. That foe gains immunity to damage from all sources except lightning for up to 17 seconds at the I mean, you could get it up to 18. 18 seconds of barely being able to move but basically being immune to everything. And then it was changed to this in 2012. I would actually change Iron Mist back to being a hex. But I would have it be a hex that's like decreases attack damage, kind of like Dulled Weapon or something like that. And then makes them take additional damage from air rather than the slower move speed thing. So let's try to get more of a definite effect. So something like Hex spell. Hexed foe deals minus N damage. Like 10 damage. Or maybe even like yeah, actually I kind of like this. Hexed foe okay, let me kind of run through this here. Hex foe attacks 50% slower and takes 50% more damage from lightning for put it at like I want to say like an 8-second duration on like a 5-second cooldown for 5 energy with like a 1-second cast time. Just to some starting numbers to try. 8-second duration at 12 Earth. So it's like, oh, all of this Iron Mist is like making it hard for you to use your weapon. But it also makes you take more damage from lightning. I think I would try that. And have it be relatively spammable, because those sorts of effects in PvE need to be fairly spammable. I think that's kind of what I'd try. Kinetic Armor, I would drop this to 10 energy. I'd drop the cooldown to 30 seconds, and I'd drop the cast time to 1 second. Otherwise, I'd leave it the same. I think this is one of those skills that like invites you to try to figure out what to do with it. And I like this as a self-defensive option. For those who missed it, I'd make Armor of Earth something that you can enchant allies with a couple of other modifications to it to make it a little bit better at that. I don't think Kinetic Armor needs to be quite as expensive as it is, because it's very expensive. And I think it should be a bit easier to reapply it and whatnot when it drops. Yeah. I quite like Magnetic Aura. And overall the way it's built. I might try this at 5 energy and see if that feels balanced with the changes I'm making. Or I would make, since I'm not actually able to make them. Magnetic Surge. I think I'd want to drop Magnetic Surge's cast time to 1 second and its cooldown to 10 seconds. Try it there. See if I feel like its energy cost needs to come down or its damage needs to come up. Something like that. I like Obsidian Flame overall. I think I would drop Obsidian Flame's Overcast to 2. And try it at 2 Overcast. But this is just such an important damage option for the Elementalist, especially in the face of high armor targets like Destroyers, that I really think Obsidian Flame needs to be a very usable spell. I could see wanting to make something else a good, like, to use with Overcast, or to use to cause Overcast option as well. For example, I could see dropping Eruption to 10 energy and 10-second recharge, 3-second blind duration, and like 5 or 10 Overcast is an alternative and whatnot. But I think what I try with Obsidian Flame is I try dropping it down to 2 Overcast and just see how that feels. I mean, most of the Overcast would be gone by the time it recharged with that amount, but it'd mean it'd go back up to 5 with at least my initial proposal through the attunements. So, Obsidian Flesh. I would want to change heavily because this is pretty ridiculous. So what I'm thinking is I like the idea of changing this to a party enchantment that grants your entire party additional armor. I'm not quite sure how much. And then, or like plus 15 armor. Or actually, you know what? I kind of like it being a party-wide version of Stoneflesh Aura. Obsidian Flesh. I don't know what the energy cost of this would need to be. I would try it at 15. 15 to second recharge, 30 second or 2-second cast time, 30-second recharge. Enchantment spell. Party members have or for like I think what I would do is I'd have the duration be what scales, maybe. So have it, let's see, what did I say? 30-second recharge? Have it last for like I think at 20 Earth Magic, I'd want it to be 30-second duration. And so, like, all the way down at 12, it's probably around a 20-second duration. Allies have something like minus 15, or like have 15 damage reduction, so they take 15 less damage from things, and can't be, and or maybe are immune to critical hits. Something like that, to where like it's just a big party-wide buff. I would try that as like some of my initial like values and just kind of see how that feels like it plays. Because I like that idea in that sort of direction for it. I mean, that's just initial trying the effect, right? Yeah, but Union, like, it would be quite feasible with the change that I'm proposing to Earth Attunement to get up to that 100% uptime. And having it be, like, I would be nerfing what the Ritualist can do with maintaining Union. So let's not compare it to Union, because I think Union is overpowered. Not by itself, but in conjunction with Soul Twist. I think it is. Like, Soul Twist, absolutely, I would nerf. So, we'll talk about that when we get to Ritualist, obviously. But, if basically getting your entire party a Union requires you to invest heavily in Earth Magic and spend your Elite slot on it, I'm cool with that. And like I said, that would just be an initial like starting place, and just see how it plays and see if it needs to be different. Yes, ST Rit is way too powerful, and way too much content, I think, is a little bit like requires it and is kind of balanced around it as well. But Sandstorm. Okay, so like for real, Sandstorm, pretty good damage. I would drop it to 10 energy with the 20-second recharge instead of 25. And just try that, see how that feels. Again, a lot of this is like a progression, right? It's a progressive, like, how does this feel? Okay, is that better? Does that seem in the right spot? Let's try a little bit more. So basically, what I'm saying is I would give Sandstorm the same stats as Firestorm, 10 and 20. I could see other potential changes to Sandstorm. I could see raising its base damage and then making it so that way attacking foes are blinded for a few seconds, and kind of make it more of an Elite Eruption effect in that regard. Like at 12 Earth Magic, have it be 40 damage or something like that. And then attacking foes are blinded for a little bit. Or even something that like snares it, like something that could be really powerful as an alternative. Because the idea of, you know, it's hard to see, of like, if I'm really going for the sort of Elite Eruption route, or really more accurately trying to play into the feeling of a Sandstorm, have it be something like, create a Sandstorm at target foe's location for 10 seconds. Nearby foes are struck for 40 Earth damage each second. Have, like, move 50% slower, or like 33% slower or something. I'm not quite sure where that would be. And have a 50% chance to miss with attacks. I might try something like that because that's also a really interesting idea that feels like it plays into what a Sandstorm is more. And just be like, oh, it's hard to see and move in the Sandstorm, so you move slower. And like a damage over time AoE like this that has a snare built into it is a very strong effect, and might be worth trying as well. So I could see trying that as an alternative. I actually kind of like trying that as an alternative. That's a bit more interesting to me than just what this is. But yeah, anyway, that's kind of... I don't tend to use Sandstorm very much. It's got decent stats on it, but I like the idea of giving it some more of a defensive property too, because that kind of feels like it fits into Earth a bit better. So I think I'd actually try that thing that I was suggesting. Shockwave. I overall quite like Shockwave. I think its stats are overall fine as well. I think the effect is really interesting, where it has like successive rings of range. I could see maybe lowering its cooldown to 12 seconds, but I don't really feel like it needs it. I don't know. I like this spell just fine on like assassins and dervishes and stuff. So, moving on. Sliver Armor. That says sliver, by the way, not silver. So, the very first thing I would try with this is to change the text from you to target ally. For 10 seconds, target ally has a 45% chance to block attacks, and whenever that ally is the target of a hostile spell or attack, one nearby foe is struck for 29 earth damage. I'd just try that and see how that feels. Does it seem ridiculous for me to be able to cast Sliver Armor on any of my allies? I don't know. But one of the problems I have with Earth Magic is it's very inwardly focused. It's very, I'm protecting me. And I'd want to give it some options, particularly with Sliver Armor and Armor of Earth, that allow it to say, I'm protecting you. And so that's something that I absolutely want to try. And just see how it plays and making tweaks from there. Stone Daggers. Send out 2 Stone Daggers. Each Stone Dagger strikes target foe for a little bit of earth damage. If it hits, if you're overcast, each projectile inflicts bleeding for a few seconds. Okay, so thematically bleeding is great here. It's the idea of you're being nicked by small stones and they're causing you to bleed. That's really cool. It's also extremely weak and kind of lame, frankly, as far as I'm concerned. It's just not a very impressive effect. So what I would want to do, something to this. It's going to take me a moment to figure out what. Let's see, that's 28. First of all, the damage on this is quite low. I think I'd bump up the damage on the Stone Daggers considerably. Probably, I'd want to bump it up to at least 37 damage. So per projectile. Because right now, it actually hits, like, less than I think the other ones generally do. Let's see, actually, let's get some data. What is Flare at 12? Flare is 56. I see. So it actually is calibrated. Never mind. So it is rated the same as Flare. I still feel like it wants to do a little bit more damage. I might bump it up to 30 at 12 Earth Magic. This is why it's important to kind of compare things, because yeah, it gets you some information about where things are at. Each projectile inflicts bleeding. I think at bare minimum, I'd want the bleed to be AoE. If you're overcast, each projectile inflicts bleeding for 4 seconds to target and all adjacent foes. 4 seconds of bleeding is very minimal damage, however. And I don't really like that. And the reason why I don't like it is because I don't know if you've played this game, but you might have noticed a lot of enemies are not fleshy. And therefore are immune to bleeding. You've probably noticed. You've probably observed. The other thing is, it's kind of a feel-bad to me that's like, oh, I hit you with 2 projectiles. That did a thing that doesn't stack. Like, the fact that I hit with 2 projectiles kind of feels like just inflicting bleeding, maybe, because there's so many areas with non-fleshy foes, whether they're skeletons or elementals. The game is loaded with them. And that single-handedly makes this effect not do much. I mean, as it is, this is 24 armor ignoring damage that you get off of the bleed for 4 seconds. The best that you can do, frankly, with stone daggers is trigger fragility a couple of times, if you really want my opinion on that. But it's also just like bleeding is just so random. Elementalist doesn't do bleeding with anything else. It's a bit weird to have it do it here from that standpoint. I kind of like the idea. This is probably slightly overpowered, but I kind of like the idea of giving it some percentage chance to interrupt the target. So, like, if you are Overcast, each projectile has a 25% chance to interrupt the target. I'm not quite sure what that is combined. I don't know what value would be balanced for that sort of effect, and it feels a bit strong. I still might try it just to see how it plays. And because I don't have other ideas that I like better at the moment. I don't necessarily want it to just do an AoE like Flare. So I want it, like, basically the things I'm looking at here are, I want it to be something that, like, feels good with the fact that this is 2 projectiles. So the fact that you have 2 stone daggers going out is significant rather than a singular projectile. And I want it to be something that is different than the effects that the other ones do. So Lightning Strike hexes them with a hex that, like, hits again after a moment. Fire Magic goes AoE, and Water Magic gives you a health regen enchantment buff. So I'd want it to not be a hex or an enchantment, or go AoE in the way that Flare does. And I want it to be something that kind of to differentiate Earth from the other ones. And I want it to be something that makes it feel good that you have multiple projectiles. So something that's a % chance means that you get a % chance for each projectile, which to me feels a bit better. 25% is probably too high. But I don't think that actual interrupt gameplay, as much as I feel like it makes a certain amount of sense, actually plays well. I think it would be too random and too annoying, frankly. And too inconsistent, so I think it would feel a bit wonky in that regard. Because I feel like the percentage would have to be fairly low, that then the interrupt would just be so inconsistent as to be kind of meaningless. So then the question is, like, what sort of other effects could I do? What feels appropriate to stone daggers? Or what feels appropriate to Earth Magic trying to be a bit more defensive? That's the other thing that I kind of ask myself. I don't really want to make it a condition because a condition doesn't stack. It doesn't reward you for using multiple projectiles. Which is part of what makes this really difficult. Like, there's not a whole lot of obvious effects left. So I'm spamming this spell. I'm Overcast. I mean, you could just do something simple, like if you were Overcast, it deals plus damage and each projectile moves faster. I kind of like that idea as like an initial starting point. If you are Overcast, each projectile deals like plus, I don't know, 8 damage and moves twice as quickly. Just throwing some numbers out there to start with. Again, it all comes down to playtest, 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 and see where things actually end up. But I think I like that as kind of an idea. Just the idea of like, okay, if you're Overcast, the stones go harder. Like, they're kind of like thrown harder. So what would that mean? Well, it'd mean that they'd get there faster and they would hit harder. They'd do more damage, right? I think I kind of like that as an idea, and I might just try that as sort of the initial concept. Yeah, I think I try that as the initial concept. Okay, moving on. Stone Sheath. I think this is a fine spell. I quite like it. Let's see. Is there anything I'd want to do to it in light of what I'd do to Armor of Earth? I could see lowering the recharge to 10 seconds. But it does a damage and weakness in AoE, as well as additional armor and immunity to critical hits. So that's a lot of stuff that it's doing for you and the ally you're targeting. So I think I'd roll with it more or less where it is. Maybe, like I said, dropping it to a 10-second recharge. I don't think it should be 5 energy. I don't really feel like it needs to be stronger, per se. I could see bumping the armor up a little bit is another thing that could potentially be done, but I'd want it to be kind of distinct from Armor of Earth as well. So, Stone Striker. For 25 seconds, whenever you take or deal elemental or physical damage, that damage is converted to earth damage. This is a really weird build around. Frankly, let people go crazy on the gimmicks. Drop this to 5-second recharge and make it whenever target ally takes or deals elemental or physical damage, that damage is converted to earth damage. Just, let people put this on their party members, I guess. The one danger with that is you open up some troll potential of people who are like converting Grunth's Grasp users from cold damage to earth damage or things like that. But we ain't worrying about people trolling. We're gonna make it like, if somebody is a troll like that, just stop playing with them. That's the solution, right? If possible, and like let PvP have this version for all I care. PvE though, if you want to make, your entire team use Mantra of Earth and Stone Striker, why not? Why not like set the numbers on this so that way that's somewhat doable or something. This is an interesting effect to try to build around. Is kind of fundamentally where I land. But I'd be happy to see this just be a little bit easier to try to put on party members and see if that opens up any sort of options. If not, like, there's different directions that you could go with this. But like, I certainly like the idea of trying some of that stuff out. Stoneflesh Aura. I feel like I wouldn't really change anything with this. This is mostly like a farming type skill, but I don't really want to disrupt farming. I don't know if there's any farms that actually use this a lot that are active these days, but on that front, I could see dropping it to a 1 second cast time as well as an option. But otherwise, like, I don't really feel a need to do anything to that. Like I said, with stoning, I drop it to 10 energy, see how it feels there. What does nice crystals do? Target foe takes some damage. It's armor ignoring. If they have a water magic hex, the spell strikes target and nearby foes for an additional damage and inflicts cracked armor. It's armor ignoring. So I get the idea that they wanted to make stuff that synergized with water magic here. And I think that's fine. This does feel a little bit underwhelming in that regard. The AoE of nearby is decent sized. I feel like this needs a little bit of something something. I think I would just like straight up double the conditional damage on this, I think. Well, let's look at what Tanai's crystals gets at actual values of attribute. How do I spell Tanai? So let's see. This gets up to 41 at 16, and at 20 it's 47. Note, the AI doesn't know how to use this skill. Cool. Yeah, I think I would take the conditional damage on this, and I would probably increase it at like 12 to 48 sort of thing. I'm not quite sure how that scales everything else up, but I'd want to definitely boost it up a good bit, because I feel like I want this to be more in the Tanai's Wind area than it's currently at. So I would try something like that and see how that feels. Yeah. I think I would do that. Unsteady ground. You create unsteady ground, target foe's location. Nearby foes take 34 earth damage each second, and attacking foes struck by it are knocked down. I think unsteady ground is actually just a fine skill. I wouldn't necessarily feel like I need to change it until I like test stuff out with some of the paradigm changes. If I did do anything to it, the things that I'd be looking at are: should the energy cost come down to 5? Should the recharge come down to 10? Should the cast time come down to 1? I'd look at all of those different things, but I wouldn't necessarily change anything right off the bat. The first one of those that I'd try is 5 energy cost, I think. And just kind of 5 energy cost, 1 second cast time, 10 second recharge, sort of in that order. Or like drop the recharge a little bit. Of like, does the spell need more improvement? Yes, no, sort of thing. And just kind of go from there. That brings us to wards. Now, wards, this is actually something that I want to check, now that I think about it. Earth magic. So give me a list of skills. So, yeah, as well as whether or not they have PvP variants. Okay, so none of these wards have PvP variants. I think all of them are balanced around PvP more than PvE. So the first thing that I would do with these wards is I would just make it so that way they all have like 100% uptime. So I think ward against elements, like, okay, so there's a couple of problems with trying to use wards in PvE. The first one is they're all kind of expensive. The second issue is the AI is kind of dumb as rocks about staying inside of them. And then they also just don't have 100% uptime in a reasonable sort of way. So what I would do is, considering we're in PvE here, is I would make some serious changes to all of them. Ward against elements, I would probably drop to 10 energy, 10-second recharge. And I would bump the armor against elemental damage up to... Actually, what I think I would do is I would change it to 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 10-second recharge, set duration of 15 seconds, and then have the armor scale. So at 12... yeah, I think I'd basically just have it set. You gain plus Earth times 2, or Earth Magic times 2 armor against elemental damage. So at 12 Earth Magic, you would have 24 armor. At 0 Earth Magic, you'd have plus 0 armor, so it'd be garbage, so don't use it. But at 1 Earth Magic, you'd have plus 2 armor, and so forth. Which would mean at 16, you'd have plus 36 armor against Earth. And at 20 Earth Magic, you'd have plus 40 armor against elemental damage. I think that would allow it to be able to be a lot more appealing, just in terms of mitigating elemental damage to your party. And it would make it a little bit more favorable comparison to basically what ward against harm is. Ward against harm is just like more armor in general, but I would have this kind of be able to scale a lot more aggressively against elemental damage is kind of my point. Ward against foes. You create a ward against foes in your current location. Non-spirit foes in this area move noticeably slower. I think this is an overall fine effect, but in PvE, I would set it at 5 energy and like a 15-second recharge. So I would leave the numbers the same, but just drop the energy cost to 5 and the recharge to 15. Ward against melee. This is definitely a more powerful one. I drop this to 10 energy and 15-second recharge for PvE. It's just straight up what I do here for this guy. Protect you some. Ward of stability. Yeah, I think I just drop this to a 20-second recharge and call it a day. I don't mind. I want you to be able to keep this up. So. Ward of weakness. So this is awkward to use. Okay, so it's you create a ward of weakness at your location for a decent period of time. Foes in this area become weakened for a good long while whenever they take elemental damage. This is extremely weird. It's trying to be like ward against melee is a very similar place to what this is. This is just a more awkward version of ward against melee. It's creating an area that when enemies come inside of it or in that area, then you can weaken them with whatever elemental damage you might use, which this is just too much work to inflict some weakness on things, is where I'm getting at. Like, compare this to Enfeebling Blood and ask yourself, why would you ever use this over Enfeebling Blood? That's the basic gist of it, right? And the answer is you wouldn't. You wouldn't use this over Enfeebling Blood. It is, like, too much work for that to try to do that. Like, Well, this is an interesting bar. Just looking for enfeebling blood. Like, yeah, enfeebling blood is a nearby range. 8-second recharge. It's just a much better way. Like, if you want to inflict weakness on things, that's how you're going to do it. Not this ward. Cool icon though. Like, so the question then becomes like, what would I want to do to this? Because I definitely want to do something to it. So a couple of options that immediately come to mind is to have it pulse weakness in the area. So each second, foes in the area or foes within the area are inflicted with weakness for 2 seconds. Just that way, there's no downtime on it. That's definitely an option that I could see. Let's see. Another potential option that I think is really interesting is whenever a foe hits with an attack skill, that foe is knocked down. Or, yeah, something like that. So, like, they hit you, the attack skill still goes through, but then they fall over. Kind of like a Desperation Blow. Like, every attack skill has the Desperation Blow knockdown effect on it. I actually kind of like that idea for it. So, like, okay, here's what I think I might try for Ward of Weakness. Obviously, this wants to be connected to the actual weakness condition, but let's never mind that because that's boring. Just as an experiment to try, what I would try is you create a Ward of Weakness at your current location. We can leave it at 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 20-second recharge. For 22 seconds, let's just use the same duration as Ward of Stability here. For 22 seconds, whenever a foes in this area take twice as long to activate attack skills, and whenever they hit with an attack skill, that foe is knocked down. I think I would try that and just see, like, okay, how does this play? Because, like, it's a really interesting sort of effect. It's a little bit like, I mean, if you've played with Shield of Judgment, you know how annoying it is to be like, oh, I hit somebody with an attack and then I get knocked down. Well, this would be limited to attack skills, not all attacks. But it would also just make, like, attack skills take twice as long to activate. It's just like, knock over. I would at least want to try that and just see how that plays. Yeah, because I think that would be really interesting. And I like that idea. So, okay, that brings us to energy storage. Dun dun dun. Okay, so we have Aura of Restoration, which is a nice old enchantment. So the basic thing that I'd want to do with this is yeah, okay, this is a weird idea for Aura of Restoration, but I like it. So something like enchantment spell for 60 seconds, whatever. The numbers I'm not entirely sure on. You'd have to play around with them. I'd start with them where they're at. But each second you lose 1 overcast and gain say about 20 health if an Overcast was lost this way. So rather than this whole thing that it currently does with healing based on the percentage energy cost of the spell, which is not a terrible effect, but it becomes a lot worse when I'm making a lot of skills cheaper because the Elementalist energy needs to just be better than it is, because an entire rant that I had at the beginning that you can go back and watch the VOD for. I like the idea of this basically being like, hey, if you're causing yourself Overcast, this will like strip the Overcast away and heal you for doing so. I don't know if that'd be too strong or not. I don't know what the actual healing numbers would need to be. That would be at 12 energy storage. I would have it be like probably more like something like I could see... So the things that you'd need to be careful of, you'd want it to have the Overcast loss be linked to energy storage. So I'd probably do something where it's like 0 at 0 energy storage, 1 at 1 energy storage, and 2 Overcast at like 16 energy storage or something like that. And then for each point of energy of Overcast lost this way, you gain N health. So that way, if you really want to go deep into energy storage, like you're actually rewarded for doing so. And then have the amount of health gain kind of scale up from like I don't know, 5 to like 25. I'm not sure what those values would need to be, though. That would be something that you'd need to test for, but you get the basic idea of something where Aura of Restoration just slowly eats away at any Overcast you have. I mean, 1 Overcast per second is not that slow, but like eats away at the Overcast that you have and heals you for doing so. So if you're spamming a bunch of Overcast skills, then you have a bunch of like healing in the wings sort of thing. I'm not sure exactly what the rates and all of that sort of stuff would be. Just keep in mind that would be something that would require extensive testing to kind of like figure out where it should all sit. But I like that sort of base idea. Elemental attunement I already talked about when I talked about the rest of the attunements, so I'm just going to move on. You can go back to the VOD for that part. Energy Blast. For each, let's see, target foe takes some damage for each point of energy you have. This is one of those effects that's kind of like, okay, that's an interesting idea. But you never actually want to play with this because it's just unimpressive. Like, sure, you can get 130 armor ignoring damage out of it, but at 10 energy every 20 seconds, it's just... And keep in mind, with the way Elementalist is currently implemented, there's not a whole lot that this helps you with. Or there's not a whole lot of ways with just Elementalist stuff that you can mitigate the cost of this. I would probably... What I think I would do is I would change the stats on this to be like 5, 1, 3. Move it to no attribute, and just have it be spell. Target foe takes 1 damage for each point of energy you have. Don't need a maximum at that point. If you can get 110 energy, you can zap somebody for a lot. That's fine. I think that's the direction I'd take Energy Blast. I don't see a good reason to have it scale the damage up. I'd make it a lot more castable. Like I said, 5, 1, 3. 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 3 second recharge. That sounds aggressive until you remember Necrosis is a skill. And just try that. Like, it automatically is better for Elementalist than everyone else. Plays nicely with high energy sets. Seems like an interesting skill. I'd try that. Energy Boon. This is an awkward one in the tradition of the like targeting other allies thing. What's the skill history on energy boon? Yeah, skill history, please. What was this? Oh, just straight up give you energy, but it causes exhaustion. And then, so that was the faction's release. It was 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 15-second recharge. You gain energy, but it causes exhaustion. Exhaustion used to always be set at 10, by the way. Before they changed it to Overcast and allowed it to have different values. So that was not amazing because energy throughput. In 2008, almost 2009, they changed it to 5 energy, no activation time, 40-second recharge. For 20 seconds, you have plus maximum energy and plus 5 health regeneration. When it ends, you gain energy and health. That's an interesting one. And then they made it this that we currently have. Let's see. So what it currently does is for 55 seconds, energy boon raises the maximum health of you and target ally by 3 for each point of your respective maximum energy. When this enchantment is first applied, you and your target gain 10 energy. You gain an additional 1 energy for every 2 ranks you have in energy storage. I mean, this is one of those effects where it's like I'm not super thrilled by. I know it's trying to be in the an effect on everybody theme that they added. It's a neat cycle, which I described cycle in a previous one. It's basically where it's like a similar sort of like conceptual thing and across multiple things. So the example from like it's a term used for Magic the Gathering where it's like, oh, this is a card in each color or color pair or whatever that has this sort of effect. So a really classic example of them are going to be something like the commands, like Cryptic Command, Austere Command, etc., or the charms, where there's like Demure Charm, Simic Charm, etc., one in each of the guilds of Ravnica. For those who understand Magic the Gathering, that made sense to you. For those who don't know Magic the Gathering, that probably was just a load of nouns that didn't make any sense. But, so, Gusts, Stone Sheath, Energy Boon, Double Dragon, and Mirror of Ice all form a cycle where it's do an effect on you and target ally. Which is kind of a neat idea. And then this one like gives some maximum health and a bit of raw energy, which makes it like a decent way of giving energy to allies, which is kind of cool. What I kind of like, and this is a little bit wonky, is I kind of like the idea of it increasing maximum energy for you and target ally for a period, like 15 seconds on like a 20-second recharge, like it has. Maybe you and target ally have your maximum energy increased by like scaling amount, 30 maybe, to where like, oh, you've gained energy, but if you're going too much into it, when it ends, you'll suddenly go negative. That's one of those things where it sounds like kind of like an interesting idea, but then as I kind of think about it, I'm like, nah, that's a terrible idea, because the AI is going to do it really poorly and they're going to get themselves negative and it's just going to suck. Let's see. I like the idea of having that skill that benefits you and an ally. I'm just not sure that's the one that I want it to be. You know what? You know what I actually kind of like here? I'm not quite sure what the numbers on this should be, but something like sure, we'll just go with 55 seconds. That's probably too long for this effect, but we'll start there. For 55 seconds, whenever you or target ally cast a spell, all adjacent allies gain 1 energy. Is that really strong? Yeah, probably. There's different ways that you could try to balance that. You could have it be a random adjacent ally and other things. So there's a couple of knobs you can turn. You could also adjust the duration. I like that general idea of an effect, though, and I think I would want to at least try it. So it's like you would gain an energy and also all of your adjacent allies. You could also make it so that way it's only its other adjacent allies, not the person it's on. But if you're standing next to your allies and you're spamming flare, it would just spill energy everywhere around you. I kind of like that idea as something to try, so I would try that with Energy Boon. I like that idea better than what it currently is. And it creates some really interesting, like, oh, throw this on your monk, and then whenever your monk spams Orison of Healing, they gain an energy, and if they're next to you when you spam spells, you'll both gain energy as you spam spells and stuff. That seems like a really potentially extremely dangerous skill, but something that I'd like to try. I don't think 55-second duration is appropriate. I think it should probably be shorter. Probably more like 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 20-second recharge. Like at 12 energy storage, it should probably be like 16-second duration or something. But I would try something in that vein. It would require a lot of playtesting to actually figure out what's appropriate for that in terms of power, but I like the idea. Ether Prism. So this is an interesting effect that is much more of a PvP effect than a PvE effect. Let's see, Ether Prism. No, not Search for Nothing. Ether Prism. Skill history. What do you know? That is exactly what I'm looking for. What was this? Ah. Wow. Wow. So when Ether Prism was released, it was gain 2 energy for each point of energy you have, maximum of 50 energy. 25 energy, 2-second cast time, 10-second recharge. Then they changed it to... Okay, so 2008, they started going this direction. They made an elite skill. For 3 seconds, all damage you take is reduced to 0. When this enchantment ends, you gain energy. For 5 energy with 15-second recharge. Then they're like, maybe we should make that 20-second recharge. Maybe we should make that 25-second recharge and only 75% damage reduction instead of 100%. And that's where we get the skill we have today. They did not change this in 2008. Or in 2012, excuse me. They didn't change it in 2012. I think... Like, first of all, I don't like this effect in PvE. It's extremely underwhelming. I think I like the idea of... doing something with this that fits more with the prism idea. Like, to me, when I think of a prism, I think of, like, splitting something into, like, multiple colors. This is going to kind of require a little bit of rapid fire, trying to think through some ideas and rejecting things that seem terrible. I've kind of been thinking a little bit about, okay, what if this had to do something with dealing different types of elemental damage, or trying to reward you, or trying to split up types of elemental damage. Or like reward you for going wide in your elements. Hey, Korangar. Good to see ya. That could be an interesting idea. So, the only issue with that is, and I don't know when you arrived. Were you here at the beginning? Like, I think that's a really interesting idea. The main issue is for okay, so I would talk just to kind of to bring you up to speed a little bit with changes that I've talked about to the Elementalist that are like more at large. I would change overall. I'd decrease the most of the like average cost of Elementalist spells. I would change the attunements dramatically to be where they're all in energy storage, and they give you plus attributes to that specific attributes, and then make skills of that attribute cause overcast. So, for example, Earth Attunement, because it's right here, at like 15 energy storage would give you +4 to Earth magic. It'd be a maintained enchantment, but whenever you cast an Earth, or whenever you use an Earth skill, you'd get 3 overcast. So that was kind of like the general direction that I was taking some of that stuff. Also, I'd have energy storage give you some additional energy regeneration at a couple different ranks. So at 4, it'd give you +1. At 10, it'd give you +2. And at 16, it'd give you +3. This is me going real dramatic with the Elementalist. And so what I'd do with Elemental Attunement is I turn it into a maintained enchantment that would give you, like, at 15 energy storage or whatever, +3 to all of your elemental attributes. So, because I'd want to move Elementalist away from needing to use enchantments in order to be able to get its giant wall of text. I'll read that in a second. But anyway, I want to get Elementalist away from having to rely on enchantments to be able to mitigate its energy costs to try to like make it not actually like wrecked. Let's see. Hello, Heaven's Devil. Welcome. Let's see. Ellie Enthusiast here who loves optimizing damage builds. Would you also have liked to see more variety in elemental themes, e.g. more water spells based on actual water and some on snow and hail rather than 80% plus on ice theme? Same with air magic being almost only lightning. So that's an interesting question. So like if I were to have the Elementalist kind of like do over where I was kind of like sitting and planning things out ahead of time, depending upon how I was wanting to approach it, like again, there's so many different factors here. Given the way that they have done the Elementalist, where it is heavily based on keeping your attunement up to mitigate your energy costs so you can actually cast your spells, I think each element would need to have a couple of different things that it's trying to do and a couple of different themes that it's going for. Like right now, as it stands, fire magic is all about doing the fire damage and setting things on fire. It doesn't have a whole lot of variety in what it's doing. I would want fire to have like a couple of other things that it could potentially be doing, so that way you can build different directions. So that way there's some utility that's a little bit more breakpoint friendly, rather than just trying to jam your fire magic up as high as possible to get the most damage out of it. And similarly, I would say similar things for all of the other attributes. That's a little bit different than what you're talking about. You're talking about some theming type stuff. Area of Denial would have been interesting for fire damage. Yeah. In terms of like what those themes could actually have been, I don't. It would require a lot of thinking, but like area denial type stuff. I mean, to some extent there is area denial and things like Breath of Fire or Firestorm if like you don't want to stand in that area. But in terms of like theming where everything in water magic is like this is ice, keep in mind part of the reason for that is water magic probably should have been renamed ice magic for one thing, but it is the domain of Grenth, and Grenth is the god of like cold and the dead. So there's definitely, in my mind, the sense that it's because of the Grenth connection that it specifically goes that way. Would it have been neat to see some more variety in some of the concepts? Yeah, I think so. Having everything be themed around like ice snares and things like that. Rust is themed more around water than ice. Vapor Blade is, of course, themed around water vapor. Steam is themed around water vapor. So there is a little bit of that, but yeah, it is pretty much like sort of one thing. I don't know. I don't mind them being kind of like somewhat narrowly themed in terms of like these are all dealing with ice type stuff. I think that sort of thing can be helpful for direction. But I think if you're trying to build a couple of more directions of themes, you could absolutely do that based upon the expression of the elements. So like cold could be focused more on this, like, or the ice theme in water magic is clearly about snaring things. You could have had a water theme to some extent that's there with like swirling aura or whatever, but you could have had more of a water theme that's about healing and defending your allies, and you could have had more of a hail theme that's about like damage over time effects and things like that. Like you could have definitely gone a little bit different directionality with some of those, or like air is a really good example. You could have had the lightning that's like here's the direct damage stuff, and then have stuff that's themed more like wind, which they have some of in the form of gust, whirlwind, gale, and Tanai's wind. But you could have gone a little bit more on that theme that has more disrupting elements rather than just raw damage, right? A little bit more AoE-ish, a little bit more disruptive, which is kind of what they've done, but it's not that loud. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, you could have definitely have expanded a little bit more, but part of it, too, is the Elementalist, like, the way that the Elementalist has kind of been set up in the way that Guild Wars 1 is presently, is that each element, like, would need to almost be its own profession in some regards, where, like, here is the air magic profession, as it were, where you really expand out, and it has like 50 skills, and same for earth magic and stuff. Like it just requires a lot more skills. As it is with how like where the number of skill counts are, 30, 34, 33, and 30, right? All about 30-ish skills in each element. I think you just don't have enough space to really sort of explore the breadth of each thing. And so with what they're doing, rather than having like a Hydromancer, a Pyromancer, an Aeromancer, and a Geomancer, by having them all within one thing, I don't think there's enough room to really explore other things more. And I think what would be better is to just kind of like make sure that you can actually go multiple elements and there's reasons to do so. That's hard to do, and that kind of almost requires a little bit more planning than what I'm able to do in even this sort of like rework thing. Like I'm spending, I don't know, 4 to 5 hours talking about how I might consider changing some of these attributes and things. That's not really enough time to kind of like sit down and plan out, okay, how does this interact with that? How do I provide utility skills that the player is going to want sort of regardless? I'm going to try to do some amount of that anyway, but it does require a little bit more time. But like the Armor of Earth that I was proposing probably could work really nicely as a where it's like the duration scales with your investment in Earth, and the armor value is set at 40, and get rid of the snare thing, and you can target any ally with it, right? Like, that's something that you could slot in even at a slightly lower duration. You could just slot in with something else and be like, hey, I might focus on fire, but I can also protect my allies with this Armor of Earth, and things like that. Like, figuring out where the room for utility skills is also a little bit difficult too, because I'm locked into name and icon, because I'm not changing those because like they didn't when they did reworks and stuff, right? Because I'm not changing those, I'm a little bit locked in on effects to some extent, because like I don't want to break the feel of the skill too far by like, I don't know, making something that I'm not as fond of, like Ward of Weakness, changing it too dramatically. I mean, I was changing that one pretty dramatically. Or what would be a good example? Like, I don't want to change Churning Earth to suddenly be some sort of like healing spell, right? Because that would, like, Churning Earth with that icon being some sort of healing skill just doesn't fit at all. So it feels a little bit long-winded. You actually really like that a lot, Batley. You think there are very few professions that use all of their primary attributes as effectively and often as others? Mesmer and Necro, e.g., are so dominated by domination, curses in PvE, and playing Blood Inspiration in PvE. Just makes so little sense. You also dislike the idea of attunements giving stat boosts because Ellie is already the class, which generically runs around at 18-19 attribute strength. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. And like part of it too is all of this balance stuff is very subjective. What I wanted to do, like with what I would change, or at least conceptually try out, because all of this is very much so like, here's an idea. If I had time to test this, this is where I'd start. It's not an endpoint, right? It's the starting point. By moving the attunements to energy storage and making them stat boosts, but also have Overcast, it makes it easier for me to have the Overcast, like if you are Overcast clauses like Flare has, which I think is a really cool idea, but there aren't enough spells that give me Overcast to really make that feel like it leads to narrowness of builds, because if I'm doing fire magic, like right now, if I'm playing an Elementalist and I want to do fire magic and I want to bring Flare because I want kind of a filler spell, and I want the Overcast on it, or even better actually is air magic with Lightning Strike. Like, I really want to bring Lightning Strike when I'm in air magic a lot of the time, because it's a really good just like throw that on enemies to add damage sort of spell. But it also like doubles its damage to have Overcast, right? So it's kind of important to have Overcast. My choices for Overcast are like Chain Lightning, Gale, Shock, and then some elites, right? So like 99% of the time, I'm bringing Chain Lightning, and I just can't get away from that, because I need Overcast in order to be able to like make Arc Lightning AoE and actually do anything, or to increase the damage from Lightning Strike. So by making the attunement make all spells have some amount of Overcast that they do, that allows me to be able to kind of get out from that paradigm, and also to me feels like it's attuning to something. However, I can also understand not liking how much Elementalist is reliant on boosting its attributes as high as possible to try to maximize damage. And yeah, the fact that you are kind of like, I can kind of see what you're talking about too. Like, Mesmer is heavily dominated by domination magic. Necromancer is heavily dominated by curses. To some extent, that's the fault of the other attributes. Like some attributes, like Inspiration, are not a primary line. Like, you don't primarily go into Inspiration magic. You're going into that because it's a support line, right? It's just like mostly support spells, so you grab it for support. The problem with like Necromancer is Death magic is basically minions, because almost everything else that death magic does is just not worth doing compared to what you can do in the other lines. Blood magic has a few support spells that are really good, like Blood is Power. Orders can be really good on physical teams, except physical teams are bad. 1 to 2 skills in each build to get some Overcast to having Overcast as the new evil you want to avoid, but then always have. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I don't know. Like, part of it too is like I'd have to play with it to kind of figure out how it actually plays, right? That's part of the challenge of doing this, is it's all in a theoretical space. I mean, that's fair, but the goal would be that you wouldn't have to bring it, right? You would have slightly lower attributes, but you wouldn't have to bring them to manage your energy. It would be kind of the idea. And that's kind of like the trade-off of like, do you want to have to deal with trying to manage Overcast? And you probably arrived here too late. I'd also change Aura of Restoration from this sort of healing skill to something that eats away at your Overcast and heals you while it does so. But yeah, and like with Necromancer, when I was talking about that, Blood Magic's problem is they got it into their head that, oh, everything needs to be a variant on Vampiric Gaze, which is why there's freaking like Jaundiced Gaze, Oppressive Gaze, and Gordon's Gaze, which used to be in Blood Magic. And like everything was kind of like lifesteal, and then that became too powerful in PvP, and so they nerfed it into the ground. And so there's like Blood Magic doesn't have enough going for it that anybody runs it. So like unless you're doing minions in Death Magic, you're basically stuck using Curses. Plus Curses has 49 friggin' skills in it. So like that's like there's so many different reasons why things get really narrow on some of these. So yeah, I agree. Elementalist does a good job of like at least all of its. There's reasons to use most of its elements. I do find myself using fire and air a lot of the time, but like it's one of those things though. Even if I'm playing with earth magic, most of the time when I play with earth, I'm bringing Obsidian Flame, Magnetic Surge, and Magnetic Aura. Like these 3 skills are just an important part of my bar, and if I'm making an earth bar, then I need to bring earth attunement, so that way I actually have like some ability to try to manage my energy. And then I get hit by Chillblains and I rage. So I mean, I think that there's a lot that could be done with Elementalists. This is the approach that I would try as an initial start, and that's really all I can say about it. But anyway, getting back to kind of Aether Prism, I liked the suggestion Korangar the Mighty had about it losing energy storage but boosting the other 4 attributes. The problem is with the way that I would change things otherwise, it would be highly redundant with Elemental Attunement. So that's where it starts to be an issue. You know what could be kind of interesting? Some sort of contemplation of purity-based direction, where it's like lose enchantments for each enchantment, or lose all enchantments for each enchantment lost. You gain energy. I kind of like that as an idea for a direction for Aether Prism. Creates interesting incentives that way. And like part of it too is I'd want to try some very radical stuff relative to things, so I don't know where it would end up. But yeah, like again, if you're wanting to be spammy though, with sort of what I'm proposing to Elementalist, you would want to avoid the attunements, which would open up different directions that you're going with things. So I don't know. Hello, El Colorado? El Colorado. I have tried Guild Wars 2. I find it boring, unfortunately, as much as I would like it. But hello, welcome to the stream. But yeah, I have a character of each profession in Guild Wars 2, and played through Heart of Thorns, and unfortunately, like, it doesn't take very long of me playing it to just get completely bored with the combat system, and have no interest in doing anything more with it. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess, boy, I feel try to get my brain back into talking about this year's things, but to me, Ether Prism, yeah, I think I would try. You lose all enchantments and you gain energy for each enchantment lost, and just see how that felt. And if I didn't like it, I'd try something else. I'm not sure what yet, so I'm not going to talk about it. Not going to talk about the things. So, Ether Prodigy, I would definitely need to be changed up based upon what I'm proposing. It becomes like, with energy storage giving you native increased energy regeneration based upon what I'd try. Ether Prodigy loses a lot of value. So what I think I would try with it, first of all, it does not need to cause Overcast. I like the general idea. I would probably I'd get rid of the lose all enchantments line. I'd get rid of the Overcast. I'd probably bump it up to 10 energy. It can be for 18 seconds, whatever. Probably. For 18 seconds, you gain plus 6 energy regeneration. That's fine. When it ends, you lose 2 health for each point of energy you have. That's fine. I would change it to also make you lose Overcast at the rate of 1 Overcast per second instead of 1 Overcast per 3 seconds. And see how that kind of felt. I think I would try that. Or like, basically, yeah. So not an additional, but like it just speeds up the rate at which Overcast goes away. I think I would try that and see how that ends up feeling. Ether Renewal. Would I want to do anything to Ether Renewal? It's definitely useful in some farm builds, but who knows what would happen to farm builds after what I'm talking about doing. Let's see. 17 seconds each time you cast a spell, you gain 3 energy and 17 health for each enchantment on you. I mean, I would probably leave this alone, but if I was feeling extremely adventurous, I would change this to like a 60-second recharge spell that made you lose all Overcast and you gain energy equal to Overcast lost this way. If I was being really adventurous, I'd try something like that, but oh man, there's no quickly with that. First of all, I don't tend to save a lot of templates. Standard Elementalist bars that I like to run are Dual Attune Fire with like Rodgort's Invocation. I love Firestorm. Breath of Fire might often fit in there. Flare, Incendiary Bond. Probably my favorite Elementalist bar is... A bunch of these are old, so they're not necessarily indicative of current times. This one right here, the Promised Nuke, as I called it. This one is one of my, like, the one that I find to be one of the more fun ones. So that's Glyph of Sacrifice, Meteor Shower with Assassin's Promise. And that one I find to be a ton of fun. Ride the Fire. This one was decent. Ride the Lightning into like Lava Font and Whirlwind was pretty cool. Otherwise, I think the bars that I commonly use aren't really represented as like saved templates. I tend to more throw stuff together as I go. So based around what I want. A lot of the time, air magic, I'll be using like Chain Lightning and Lightning Strike. I have enjoyed Lightning Surge, Lightning Orb as a nice combo. I've done Dual Attune Lightning Hammer with Intensity. Obviously, that doesn't work for the AI, but because they can't use Intensity. But spells that I don't tend to use Blinding Flash, Lightning Bolts, Chilling Winds, Enervating Charge, Gale. I don't tend to use Glyph of Swiftness much, but I think it is a decent spell. I don't tend to like Lightning Javelin very much. Stormjin's Tanai's Wind is too finicky to use. The elites I tend to use most in like air magic are going to be like Thunderclap and Lightning Surge. I'm often finding myself using often dual attuning. When I'm Earth, I don't tend to use Earth much. When I do use Earth, it's often going to be Obsidian Flame, Magnetic Surge, Magnetic Aura, dual attuning. I do dual attuning a lot, frankly. But I think there are a couple more options with Earth than what I tend to gravitate towards. Part of what's difficult about Earth is it's just got a couple of like these ones really want to go together, and then Ebon Hawk, Glowstone, Stoning kind of want to fit together. I've done Glyph of Energy with Dragon Stomp and Earthquake because it pairs nicely with those. I like a Water Hex with Elemental Flame bar. With Elemental Attunement helps with the attributes on that one. I find a lot of the Elementalist elites a little bit on the underwhelming side. I also do like a Mind Burn bar. Mind Burn, Glowing Gaze, Flare. That tends to not run Rod Gorts as much, for obvious reasons. Yeah, I hope that helps a bit. Yeah, overall, Ether Renewal probably wouldn't change it, but if I was feeling really spicy, I would try lose all Overcast, gain a point of energy for each Overcast lost this way. That kind of becomes a no attribute skill at that point, though. Kind of very similar to Second Wind. I could actually see changing Second Wind to be that. Instead of gaining you a bunch of Overcast and stuff, having it lose you all of your Overcast and gaining energy. That could be an interesting direction to take that one. Well, I'm kind of thinking about this. I feel like having ways of managing your Overcast is important if you're wanting to use attunements to boost your attributes. So, I don't know. Glyph of Energy. I think I actually like a quite radical change to Glyph of Energy. Maybe dropping its recharge down to more like 20 seconds. Instead of your next 3 spells do not cause Overcast and cost 22 less energy to cast, your elemental attributes are increased by 2. Having it just be like your next spell causes you to gain like 20 energy or something like that. Obviously that's not as strong as like the cumulative reduction that this can do, and I'm not quite sure what I'd want the energy gain to actually be, but it would mean that you could use it with a bunch of cheaper spells and have it gain you a bunch of energy back. Plus, I want to, across the board, cut costs on a lot of the Elementalist spells, because I'd want to be changing it so that way the Elementalist doesn't have such a high energy demand. So that makes the energy reduction less valuable on Glyph of Energy. So the idea of this giving you a big burst of energy is, to me, a bit more interesting and something to try. Glyph of Lesser Energy, I think, though, is fine kind of the way it is. I think it works well as a secondary Elementalist as well, so that's part of why I wouldn't necessarily want to do a whole lot to it. Glyph of Restoration, for 15 seconds, your next 2 spells heal you, and you are healed by 350% of the energy cost of each spell. I feel like I wouldn't want to change Glyph of Restoration in theory, but in practice, in order to kind of compensate for the overall lower energy cost that I'd be wanting to do, I would increase the percentage heal. So you are healed for like 500% of the energy cost of each spell, rather than 350% at 12 energy storage. Also, especially since I'd want to change Aura of Restoration, it would also need to have a notable change to this. Master of Magic. I think what I would do with Master of Magic is, rather than have the refund clause that way, like, I like the overall effect of Master of Magic to start, but I would probably change the refund clause to be, instead of your elemental spells return 30% of their energy cost, it's and you gain 1 energy whenever you cast a spell, which works with secondary profession stuff as well. So it did help and confirm an initial suspicion you had. A lot had played Ellie many years ago. After double attunement, fire are actually based on Sandstorm, Invoke Lightning, Double Dragon, and Glimmering Mark. I have in for farming the Zaishin lead, I've done Arcane Echo, Glimmering Mark. This particular bar. So that is one that I have done. I think Glimmering Mark is an underrated skill, because it does a bunch of armor ignoring damage. If you want to discuss stuff more on this, because I'm interested in the conversation, but I also would like to finish talking about what I would do to Elementalist spells today, so I can't, unfortunately, spend too much time on it, because my stream theoretically is supposed to end in like an hour and a half, and I'm only into energy storage, so I don't want to have Elementalist go to another day. So I'd be happy to continue the conversation there, or even look at bars and stuff after I've done this kind of like ridiculous project that I've decided to embark upon. Okay, let's see. So Master of Magic, talked about that. Again, I like the idea. I could also see, as an alternative idea to Master of Magic, just to make it a little bit more general, of have it just give you energy whenever you cast a spell at large, which would kind of allow it to work with anything, but I like the idea of it boosting your all of your elements, like setting them all at once, so I don't know. Anyway. Bed of Coals. So fire is a lot of damage over time stuff. Bed of Coals is a really interesting one in... actually, I need to remember to put points into fire magic if I'm going to actually be looking at fire magic. Like, why are these numbers so low? So I actually kind of like the effect of Bed of Coals, having the set things on fire for a long time if they're knocked down. It creates some really interesting synergies with some of the other elements and other professions at large, and I think that's really cool. So I don't necessarily feel like I'd want to do a ton to Bed of Coals in terms of changing it. However, with some of the different paradigm, I would want to look at should the energy cost be changed or not. This is one of those things where, again, it's impossible for me to test it properly without being able to make the changes, and so I don't really have a good sense for that. So Bed of Coals, generally fairly actually happy with this one because I think it has some really cool synergies. Breath of Fire, I would drop to 5 Overcasts, but I like this one pretty well. Burning Speed is a really interesting idea. So some initial thoughts. 1, I could see this being 5 energy. 2, I could see putting this also some... part of what I want is I want Elementalist to have more utility skills. And exactly, Kamikaze skill. Yeah. I would want ideally Elementalist to have some more utility. A way that this could be utility is if this could target other allies as well. I don't know if that would be a good idea or not. Something else that I could see is if this was pulsing the burning. I would be curious to dig into that if I had more time. Fire in particular is very shallow in utility, in my opinion. It's mostly a lot of damage. So the idea of having something that allows you to be able to heal other things. Okay, I'll grant you there's some good utility in earth magic and water magic in that regard. And air has some useful things. But fire in particular is very light on utility. It's mostly just setting things on fire. I mean, that's fair. I'm just saying I don't necessarily mind the idea of burning speed being something that I can use on an ally. The alternative that I could see with this is it being something that pulsed burning on you and enemies adjacent to you rather than saving all of the burning for when it ends. Now I kind of want to make a silly monk bar, though, where you use burning speed and contemplation of purity to make it end sooner. Actually, I kind of want to test that now, but time. Conjure flame. So, like, the basic thing with burning speed is I feel like I'd want to try playing with a couple of different things. I'd want to be like, how does it feel at 5 energy? Does that feel like a more usable skill? Because part of it, too, is when I say utility, I also think of skills that I want to, like, if I am secondary elementalist, I want to bring with me. And a lot of elementalist spells are costed too high for me to want to do that. So, because elementalist is built around the attunements, making their energy costs, like, attunements are a skill version of expertise for that attribute, is basically what attunements are, and I don't like that design, fundamentally, because of the ramifications of it, so. But that means the energy costs are built around that, and, so, it makes it hard to, like, use stuff as a secondary elementalist because of where the energy costs are. Elementalist stuff is, like, generally overcosted, in my opinion. But yeah, burning speed. I'd also want to try it at 5 energy and be like, hey, does this feel a little bit better to use? I'd want to try it as pulsing the burn rather than doing, like, setting you on fire initially. Like, if it was continuously, like, setting you and adjacent foes on fire, that would be interesting to try as well. And I'd want to try some of those things to see how they play. I know burning speed is used with ether renewal bars just because it's an enchantment that you can keep up on yourself that has no cast time with really low, or that has no recharge with really low cast time, so you can keep spamming it to do crazy stuff with ether renewal and gaining energy and all sorts of things. That's an entirely different kettle of fish, and I would want this to have applications outside of that. Conjure Flame, I overall like just fine. I mean, Conjure Flame, Conjure Frost, and Conjure Lightning. The only thing that I'd want to do with them in PvE is potentially lower their recharge so that you can kind of get them back up after they get stripped a little bit more easily. Double Dragon. This one's a really cool skill. Really wants a little bit more fire magic to get that burning up to 3 seconds. But invoke the power of the dragon for 8 seconds. You can target ally enchanted with Double Dragon. And adjacent foes are dealt damage each second whenever you or an ally uses a skill that targets a foe. The foe set on fire for a couple seconds. The only thing that bothers me about this skill that I'd kind of want somehow to have it modified is I'd want it to set the burning not just on the foe that you target, but on any foes affected by that spell. I could also see something that would be interesting to try with something like this is additionally whenever you or an ally inflicts elemental damage to a foe, that foe is set on fire for a couple of seconds. That effect might belong to a different skill, but that seems like an interesting effect to me in that it would work like if your Firestorm would set things on fire, if hitting things with an elemental scythe would set them on fire. Like that is an interesting idea as well to me, but I feel like that belongs to another skill entirely as I'm talking about it. So, I think where I land is probably not doing a whole lot to this. Maybe checking the energy cost or other things to see like how do things fit with the other changes that I have proposed. I would really like to make it so that way the fire is not just on the single target, but on like all effective targets, right? So like if flare is hitting an AoE, it sets burning in an AoE. But anyway, elemental flame. This is a really cool effect that plays really nicely with water magic, and I think that's really neat. This might be a skill that I would consider changing to that effect I was just talking about with Double Dragon. Of whenever you deal elemental damage to a foe, that foe is set on fire. Probably for slightly less duration than this thing does. But I really like the idea of that effect. I'm torn because Elemental Flame itself is a skill that I also kind of like. But it's not that far different. And it's probably stronger if it's whenever you deal elemental damage to a foe, that foe set on fire. So this would be the skill that I would probably try that effect on. Maybe? I don't know. Are there any others? I feel like this is the one that would make the most sense name-wise and other things. There's nothing about this that intrinsically says to me that needs to specifically work with hexes. So and there's nothing else that like stands out as better. So I would absolutely try this as, and I'm not sure where the costs or any of that sort of thing would be, but whenever you deal elemental damage to a foe, that foe is set on fire, which is very different from Mark of Rodgort, by the way. But yeah, so I like that idea, skipping over Fire Attunement. Firestorm is a spell that I'm generally happy with. The main issue with Firestorm, frankly, is enemies don't stand in it for that long, but its effect is so cool. This is one of those skills that I'd probably be inclined to overbuff a little bit just because I think it's really cool and I'd want it to be really good. So I could absolutely see like slightly increasing the AoE from adjacent to whatever the next size up is. Is it? You know what? Never mind this. I'm going to go look up AoE. Area of effect. Point blank on target, adjacent. Adjacent, nearby, in the area, earshot. Okay. I could see trying nearby on Firestorm, but that might be, I don't know. I don't know if that'd be too good or not. But I would kind of want to try it just to see. What is this? This is adjacent. This is adjacent. Yeah, I don't know. That needs some love. Speaking of love, Fireball probably also should be nearby. I don't know if that'd be too good or not, but like Fireball always, if it stays at adjacent, should it be nah, you want Fireball to be a big meaty thing though, don't you? I feel like nearby is probably appropriate for Fireball. Yeah, I don't know. Again, a lot of this is like, how much do you want to power up fire by making its AoEs bigger? Cast does feel slow on Fireball. I mean, it's one of those things of like, should Fireball, like, how much should Fireball feel, though, like what I think of when I think of, like, a D&D Fireball, which is just this big ball of fire with this huge AoE that's just incinerating everything. It does deal, like, a good amount of damage. I mean, armor issues aside. So I kind of feel like... I'd want to try Fireball it nearby and see just how does that feel? Does that feel better enough? Yeah. I don't know. I would try that. I mean, you're starting to step on the toes of something like Incendiary Bonds, I guess. Rodgorts is also just nearby range. Yeah, I don't know. 50% more cast time than Flare and deals 50% more damage. I mean, Fireball effectively hasn't really changed that much since Flare didn't have the Overcast condition for adjacent, so I don't know. To me, Fireball feels like it needs a little bit more of an oomph or something. But it's like it's right at that spot where it's like almost good enough to use, but then Incendiary Bond and Rodgort's Invocation exist, and then I don't use Fireball, so I feel like I'd want to try a few, like, couple tweaks, like how does it feel at a 3-second recharge? How does it feel at a 1-second cast time? How does it feel at nearby range? But, like, you'd have to, like, try those out to see how they feel and what seems right. If there were any changes. Flame Burst. Actually, you know what I would want to do with Flame Burst? Because, like, so Flame Burst and Inferno are very similar. Inferno hits harder, has a longer recharge, but costs less energy. I feel like I'd want to try Flame Burst at 5 energy and 5 overcast and just see how that is. I don't know why Flame Burst is a bigger AoE than Inferno as well. It just is for some reason. I feel like there might be a couple of other tweaks that potentially need to happen, but that's kind of like an initial thing that I might try and just see how does that feel. I mean, that's fair. I am looking at 12 attributes, which is a lot less than what it would potentially be getting used at. I wouldn't necessarily feel like it needs to change damage. I just feel like maybe it just needs a better visual effect and sound effect. Maybe that's all I would want with it. Flamegen's Haste. All adjacent foes are struck for fire damage. It's a lot of fire damage, too. You move faster. Flamegen's Haste recharges faster if a foe was struck by the spell. I don't know. This one seems overall fine to me. Yeah. I could see reducing the damage on the energy cost a bit. To make this easier to use on, like, a warrior or something. To pair with, like, a Conjure Flame bar. 10 energy is a lot in those sorts of cases. The other thing that's really awkward about this, from a secondary standpoint, is you usually want to use your run speed buff on a melee character to get into melee range. So that starts becoming a bit of a challenge. But I don't know. I could see testing how does this feel, particularly on a secondary elementalist at 5 energy and, like, halved the damage. Does that feel like a skill that I want to use in conjunction with Conjure Flame? Just to find out, because I don't know. And I'd be curious to know. Flare is fine as it is. It's one of those spells that, like, I'll slot onto bars and be fine with. Glowing Gaze, I already talked about what I'd do to these, and that's to make it 1 energy for every rank of energy storage instead of every 2 ranks. Glyph of Immolation. Your next 3 spells that target a foe also cause burning for 3 seconds. Does anybody know offhand if this affects all targets hit by that spell? Like, if I use Glyph of Immolation with Fireball, is it just the target that's set on fire, or is it everything? I can just look this up on the wiki. It might know as well. Burning is applied before the effect of the spell, thus the glyph combines well with skills that require a condition or burning. The skill only burns the targeted foe, even if the spell has an area of effect, e.g. Fireball. It does not have any effect on point-blank area of effect spells, e.g. Inferno. When used with the projectile spells, the burning takes effect after activation, but before the projectile starts to move. The target will burn even if the projectile misses. Boy, that's a little awkward. I kind of... It's a really odd thing. I would want this to somehow apply the burning as, like, the first condition of the spell. So, like, if spells are executed in sort of, like, a written order, right? Like, let's say, Immolate, the first action that Immolate does, within the code, obviously, this is all happening in one frame, but within the code is deal 64 damage and then set something on fire for 3 seconds. Never mind that Immolate needs a buff, but, like, if that's the order, then what I'd want this to do is basically just staple on, the first effect is apply burning for 3 seconds. But, like, if this spell, like, yeah. I think target a foe clause is still fine because you don't want this to... I mean, you could go really interesting on this and just be like, your next 3 spells also cause burning for 3 seconds instead of target a foe, and then have them work with PB AoE spells, but also set your allies on fire if you target them with Orison of Healing. That would be hilarious. But, and then have them be like, oh, you used Flame Burst. That dealt, like, the first thing it did is deal damage to foes. But I'd want it to be able to continue to synergize with, like, Steam or make Glowing Gaze be like, the first thing it does is set, like, the foe on fire for 3 seconds, and then it deals fire damage, and then checks to see if the foe's on fire, right? You get what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of, like, very technical programmatically, but I actually am really amused by the idea of if this is just, like, staples, this sets whatever the target parameter is on fire for 3 seconds, or whatever it is, to where it's like, oh, it does it to your Inferno, but it also does it to your Orison of Healing. That to me is hilarious, and I really like that idea, and I just kind of wanted to work that way because it's so funny to me. Does that make it better or worse? I have both. In PvE, Immolate should not have that quite as long of recharge. I think I would probably try this at, like, 5 energy and 3 or 4 second recharge and just see how that feels. See if it kind of needs to go anywhere from there, or if it feels too strong or whatever. But, like, Immolate's, like, this is an effect that you want, but it's at these current stats, it as a single target spell in fire magic, it needs to be more impressive than it is in terms of, like, things per energy cost. And, like, 3 seconds of burning is a lot of armor ignoring damage, provided you're not hitting the degeneration cap where it's getting mitigated or whatever. But that's 14 damage per second for 3 seconds, so 42 damage. So, you know, like, this is hitting for 106 theoretically, which is not nothing for by any means, but it definitely could be a little bit easier to use. Incendiary Bonds, this is one of those skills that I think is probably fine. Good AoE size. The damage gets up to decent numbers when you get enough fire. And 3 seconds of burning is nice. I don't know. This one generally feels fine. Yeah. Well, I mean, Immolate feels underpowered to me even if I have 18 fire magic. So, because it's single target, for one thing. Like, when would I ever bring this over Incendiary Bonds? So, like, how often do you actually use Immolate? Like, that's kind of the question. Right? Inferno, that one seems fine. I would want lava arrows to inflict burning if you have Overcast. That's what I'd want with lava arrows. They're like a clunkier version of Flare that always kind of does a sort of AoE, but ever since they added the AoE Overcast on Flare, lava arrows feels even worse. Like, yes, it's near your target, which is a bigger AoE, but the 2-second recharge is really clunky. Yes, this is 100% correct. I am not like, okay, so let's just... as I say here, I am not worrying whatsoever about PvP. I don't have enough experience with PvP to have any sort of sense of what the balance should look like there. I don't care about, like... If I was trying to balance the game for PvP, I would approach things very differently, and... Like, there's all sorts of things that would be different in how I'd approach things. Like, PvE and PvP are just such significantly different types. And as the game is now, it is much more of a PvE game than a PvP game. Not that PvP doesn't happen, but even when it does, it's basically PvE because of farming bots and HA. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about PvP balance with any of the changes I'd make. But anyway, like, this can only hit up... 3 foes near your target. Does this hit 3 or 4? Now I'm like, wait, how does this one work? What is this? Lava arrows. Like Volley, the 2 secondary foes affected by the spell will always be the same, assuming none of them have moved. Okay, so yeah, it is 3 foes. It's just worded a little awkwardly. Yeah, it's just worded awkwardly. But anyway, Flare got... that Overcast clause added in the 2012 Elementalist update. Like, if your Overcast Flare hits adjacent foes as well, and that makes lava arrows feel a lot worse to me. The 2-second recharge makes this spell feel a bit clunky because you can't spam it, like, just by mashing the button. It's limited to 3 targets, so while it's a bigger AoE than Flare, like, so I just want to add, if you're Overcast, those foes are set on fire for, you know, the 1, 2, 3 seconds, like, sort of standard, like 3 seconds at 12 sort of thing that they do, just to make it feel like I could pick Flare and have a more spammable skill with that can hit AoE, or I can bring lava arrows, which can set things on fire, and like hit in a wider AoE, but maybe not as many foes. Lava Font is one of those spells that, like, overall feels okay, but that 1.5 second cast time is a little annoying. But I don't necessarily feel like I want to change much about that. Liquid Flame. Okay, so this is the one that everybody likes to bring instead of Fireball because it has a bigger AoE, except I think maybe that's actually Incendiary Bonds or something. I don't know. But, target foe is struck for a bunch of fire damage. If that foe is attacking or casting a spell, nearby foes are also struck for a bunch of fire damage. I feel like I'd want this to be something other than just trying to be another AoE fire damage spell, because there's so many of those that I'd want this to be very different. I kind of like the idea of this being single target and then almost a Spiteful Spirit type thing where yeah, very often not met. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. I tend to prefer Fireball over Liquid Flame myself. For that very reason, the Liquid Flame feels a lot less reliable. I kind of like the idea of a Hex. Target foe struck for 91 damage. Whenever that foe attacks or uses a skill, it and adjacent foes are set on fire for like 2 seconds or something. 1 or 2 seconds. I'm not quite sure exactly. I'm not sure where I'd stat something like that, but I kind of like the idea of it being a different sort of thing. It's like, oh, you're covered in liquid flame. Now you're covered in this liquid flame goop. I'm not sure how long it would last either. Like, there's all sorts of numbers that need to be tested with that. Probably like 8 seconds to start. just a figure to try, but just like, oh, whenever they do anything, they're splashing fire everywhere and setting their allies on fire, themselves and their allies. Mark of Rodgort's one of those spells that I really, really like. I would probably drop this. Let's see. I feel like Mark of Rodgort is like really on the sort of like the border of, does this really need to be 15 energy? I would probably drop the energy cost and recharge and duration. It's nearby. I could see bumping it up to in the area as well. I don't know. Something like 10, 10, 20. 10 energy, 10 recharge, 20 duration. Melting armor, so that it adds cracked armor or degen as a hex or burning after 5 seconds or so of it melting your armor. I think that's also an interesting idea. I could see something like kind of building on that idea of like target foes hexed with liquid flame. It might not even need opening damage. Something like they take kind of like how Savannah Heat builds in intensity. Like for each second this hex has been active, they have minus armor and take or minus armor and minus health degeneration, something like that. So like as it's going, is ramping up and up and up in intensity. That's also an interesting direction. That's an interesting thing to try. I like something like that too. That makes it a really interesting like opening salvo and whatnot. But yeah, I feel like I'd want to make Mark of Rodgort just slightly more like usable. Because I really like the effect of Mark of Rodgort. Mark of Trogdor. Trogdor faux cram. Meteor. Meteor I think is fine. Meteor, yeah, Meteor is just one of those things that I feel like Meteor is fine. Meteor Shower I'd bump to at least nearby in its AoE size. Meteor Shower, I really like Meteor Shower kind of like overall as is, but I do feel like it's a little bit like small in its area of effect range, if that makes sense. Which has always seemed a little awkward to me. It's not the most usable spell, but like I kind of like you want those big bombastic spells, and to make this a little bit more bombastic, I'd want it to just have a bigger AoE that it hits in. I could also see if you wanted to like really go different on it to where it's basically setting up like a fairly large area of effect where it drops the adjacent range meteors. But yeah, just like bump it up to nearby range, I think is kind of all I'd really want to see to Meteor Shower. It's a lot of resources to invest in this to try to get it off, so. I do think there's an interesting world too, though, where it's like in that area, meteors drop that do the damage and the knockdown, but 25E and only dealing damage after 8 seconds after cast, it should really hit nearby. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Mind Blast feels to me like it should be in energy storage rather than in fire magic. Does anybody else feel that way? Also, it really annoys me that it doesn't follow the same... Like, it follows the pattern of if you have more energy than target foe of the other mind spells, but rather than doubling down on its effect, it's just kind of doing something else entirely. And that also kind of bothers me. Like, low-key bothers me. I feel like I would at the very least want to try Energy Blast in energy storage as armor ignoring damage instead of fire damage. Or as like chaos damage. It's barely... it's better than Glowing Gaze in that it has a quarter of the recharge and marginally more damage. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, if it was armor ignoring damage and energy storage, it would at least be interesting to try it out with other elements. But yeah, that's the first thing that I'd try with it. If that didn't end up playing as well as I would hope it might, I would try other things. But Mind Burn, I'm actually quite happy with. I like Mind Burn. It sets things on fire for a very long time. Phoenix is weird in that it has healing on the Overcast. I'm overall fine with Phoenix where it's at. I could also see making this a resurrection spell. That does AoE damage around where the resurrected ally was resurrected. That would be another way of like getting the idea of a Phoenix that I think could be really interesting. I could also see it being a skill that you use on yourself that auto-reses you. And that might be a really interesting variant of a resurrect. I don't think there's... No, there is one auto-res in the game. Sort of. Eternal Aura, I believe, resurrects you if you die. Right? I think Eternal Aura does. Let me double check if the wiki clarifies that. Eternal Aura. If ended by the caster's death, the skill also resurrects the caster. Yeah. I don't know how usable it would be if it was like the next time, like just a spell, or I don't know if you want it to be a spell or an enchantment, but because enchantments are so easy to strip, but a spell that's like oh, brain is working. Okay, so a spell with a quarter-second cast time that says, like, the next time you would die in the next 7 seconds, just pick a number, you are resurrected with, like, 50% HP and 50% energy, just throwing out some random numbers. And nearby foes are dealt a bunch of damage and set on fire. If this ends without you dying, like maybe it doesn't do anything, maybe it has some smaller effect or something like that. Yeah, I think a lot of people liked the AoE when you used it around you and then the projectile going out and hitting. I do find the idea of like some sort of resurrect skill to be really interesting. I could also just see like the next time target ally would die in the next like few seconds, or if target ally dies in the next few seconds, they're resurrected, and with like I don't know what values, but and nearby foes are like dealt fire damage and set on fire. Something like that is a really interesting idea to me, where it's very similar to something like Divine Intervention, but it plays on the idea of like what a phoenix is, where it's like rising from the ashes. That to me is an interesting like design space to play around in, and I could see trying that. Where it's like, oh, you're dying, slam this on ya. Boom, you get back up, and all of the enemies are set on fire and stuff. I don't know. That seems really neat. Radgor's Invocation. This spell is really cool. I feel like with the paradigm of how I'd be changing things, this would probably need to drop to 15 energy. Which feels weird to me, but without enough attunements and stuff, this spell is very expensive. I don't know if it's the sort of thing where, with the way that I change Glowing Gaze, it to have better returns, it would be reasonable. But even then, like 25 energy, if I'm changing attunements that way, they're no longer being energy refunds to mitigate the cost. Like, if this is not at least 30% or 35 or whatever it actually works out to be cheaper, it's way too expensive. So, like, what, 7? So it's probably like 8 energy off. Yeah, so I'd probably drop this to 15 because I think I'd probably need it. Savannah Heat, this spell is just like generally fine. It has a nearby AoE, which is bigger and stuff. I don't necessarily feel like I'd, in PvE, want to feel like I'd need to do much of Savannah Heat's. Energy cost is fine and all that. Yeah. Yeah. Searing Flames. I mean, this is your good old traditional, like, set things on fire a bunch. Foes already on fire when this skill is cast or struck for 82 fire damage. Foes not already on fire begin burning for 6 seconds. This is kind of weird. Like, this is almost the elite form of Rodgor's Invocation in some regards. I mean, its damage got toned down a bit at some point, as I remember. I feel like... I would want to somehow modify this, though, frankly, because I feel like this is the sort of spell that leads to problematic paradigms. And what I mean by that is Searing Flames really revels in having multiple copies of itself because it kind of fuels on itself, right? And I feel like the design of the skill is such that if you're using it, you want to use it in a team composition with a lot of it. At least that's what people did back in the day. It's kind of awkward to use all on its own. I almost kind of like the idea of... I'd want to try out changing it to an enchantment. Kind of like Keystone Signet, actually, almost. But an enchantment that says, whenever you cast a spell that targets a foe, all other adjacent foes take, I don't know, around 35, maybe, fire damage and are set on fire for a couple seconds. Some sort of enchantment like that, to me, seems like an interesting direction to try. Yeah, I would much rather use, especially as a solo elementalist, I'd much rather use Mindburn. I think Searing Flames fell out of favor when they toned the damage down. Let's see, do they have the skill history here? I don't think they do have a... history. So at one point at 12 it was 91 damage. Yeah, they definitely toned the damage down on it a good bit. Yeah, since the 2010 HM balance change. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things, like, Searing Flames was the thing when Nightfall came out. I remember you wanted to pick Sasuke and get Zed and, like, stack Elementalists and... Yeah, for sure. I really like the idea of changing it to something that makes any spell you cast at targets... Actually, just targets. Yeah, I like that. Whenever you cast a spell that has a target, all creatures adjacent, or like all foes adjacent to your target, take some amount of fire damage and are set on fire, or and begin burning for... I mean, you're probably your typical like 1, 2, 3 second thing. But then you could use it like, oh, you target an ally, and it's kind of like a Zealot's Fire when it targets an ally. Or you target a foe, and it burns all the foes around that foe. Like, that to me is a really interesting idea because of its ability to kind of, like, do weird things where it's, like, going across stuff. Like, I really like the idea of, oh, I enchant myself with Searing Flames, and now every spell I cast that has a target sets things around my target on fire. That to me is an interesting idea, and I like that idea. So, exactly where the numbers would need to kind of sit, I don't know. Try stuff. Throw some numbers in there, see if it's too strong, and then... whatever. Move on with life. We're more concerned about effects here sometimes. Let's see, Searing Heat. Searing Heat is a spell that I basically never bring because it is AoE damage over time, AoE number of like 5. I like Bed of Coals, Breath of Fire, and Firestorm all better. So, and Meteor Shower is more classic, and I like that better too. So like at this point, Searing Heat is like has no room on a bar. Foes near this location are struck for some fire damage each second. When Searing Heat ends, foes in the area affect or set on fire. This is kind of a weird idea, but what if it was just like a cheap AoE that just set things on fire that were in its range? Like, didn't have any damage, it was just like that spot over there, things there are set on fire. That to me would be kind of interesting. Sorry, I'm laughing because I just thought of what if lava arrows set things on fire and crippled them for like 2 seconds because when you're overcast because they're lava, and that's what lava in the game does. Anyway, I kind of like the idea though of like Searing Heat being like 5 energy, 1 second cast time. I don't know, 5 second recharge. Target places Searing Heat at target foe's location. Cause Searing Heat at target foe's location. For 5 seconds, foes near this location are set on fire for like 1 second every second whenever foes in the area are set on fire each second for 1 second. Something like that. I mean, you probably have at that point you probably actually have the duration scale. So it's like you get a bit higher and you get a bit longer last. I don't know if that would be good or not, but I would love to try something like that. Because it'd be really interesting to just be like, oh yeah, I can just cheaply set up hotspots where things are just being set on fire. Again, that feels a little bit like it might be kind of weak, but I would really like to try that because it sounds really like an interesting concept to me too. Like just a super spammable AoE spell, but all it does is set things on fire. I could also see having it like set things on fire and cripple them. It's just kind of like create lava, like spell. Create lava at target foe's location. For 5 seconds, foes like adjacent to the or foes within that area. I don't know how big the size. Probably adjacent range, but like are set on fire and crippled. 1 second for each second, and then it's just like the duration of the lava. I mean, you'd obviously kind of theoretically want to change the name, but we're not able to do that right now. So meh. But I could also see this. This is another potential idea. I could also see just literally taking Lava Font's effect, putting it on Searing Heat, because that seems fine, and then just changing Lava Font to create lava at that location. Foes in lava are set on fire and crippled. Like lava does. I actually kind of like that idea. I think I'd probably, now that I'm thinking about it, I think I kind of want to do that. Where it's just like, create lava there. On a fairly spammable scale. I'm not sure how strong that would be, but it sounds like a really interesting idea to try some. I kind of want to try that. Smoldering Embers. Target foe struck for some fire damage. If you're overcast, that foe's hex with Smoldering Embers and takes additional fire damage each second. I think this is fine. I feel like this is a little bit clunky, and I'm not sure exactly what I'd want to do to kind of address that. I could see dropping it. I'm not sure where the energy cost is in terms of like where balance would need to be with all the changes that I've proposed. I feel like I'd want to try Smoldering Embers at 1 second cast time and like a 6 second recharge just to see if that how that feels. This is good single target damage. That's an additional 63 damage off your overcast. So I don't feel like this needs a whole lot. I like Starburst. Starburst is great. I use this one all the time. Tonight's Heat. Place a ward of Tonight's Heat at your location. Foes within the ward suffer some health degeneration, weaken foes. This seems really anemic to me. I would probably drop this to 10 energy, 10-second recharge. Maybe see if that feels a little bit better. I could easily see this being 5 energy on a 10-second recharge. That feels like 5 energy at 10-second recharge actually feels like I might want to consider using Tonight's Heat. At its current stats, it's just a little bit meh. I feel like in PvE, I want my wards to be kind of more maintainable. So, okay. Well, that's that. Let's kind of move on here. From fire magic to water magic. Everybody's favorite snare machine. I'm gonna change this secondary over to Dervish because Dervish doesn't have very many skills, so that doesn't cause problems. Okay, Armor of Frost is a weird one. Okay, so, like, this is basically what I'd propose turning Armor of Earth into, except Armor of Earth would also be able to target other allies. So, what I'd want something called Armor of Frost to do is to give less armor than this does. But to also have an effect that makes enemies that hit that target get snared or something. Let's see. This is one of those situations where it'd be really nice if there was an actual like chilled condition, rather than just using water magic hexes like Guild Wars 2 has and a number of other games as well. Yeah, I mean, armor versus fire is definitely a potential option as well. Frigid armor kind of like, so here's the thing. Water magic has 3 armor spells for some reason. Armor of Frost, Armor of Mist, and Frigid Armor. Frigid Armor is the like anti-fire one. And I would change Frigid Armor to be like less armor against physical, more armor against fire. As well as being can't be set on fire. Armor of Mist makes you move faster and gives you armor. I feel like I'd want Armor of Mist to be more like for 18 seconds attacks against you have a like 33% chance to miss and you move 33% faster. Something like that for Armor of Mist. And like without 100% uptime, just drop it to 5 energy. I feel like I'd want to do something like that for Armor of Mist. Armor of Frost, like, again, I like the idea of increased armor against fire. I'd do that with Frigid Armor. And I'd want Armor of Frost to be something where it's like, I'd want this to be like target ally, less duration, maybe have the thing scale, lower cooldown, enchantment spell, for, I don't know, I'm just going to throw a number out there. 7 seconds, target ally gains, like, plus 10 armor, and the duration is what I'm envisioning scaling here with the attribute. And whenever that ally is struck in melee, the attacker takes like a bit of cold damage and like not a lot, like 15. That could scale as well. Cold damage and attacks slower for the next like 2 seconds or something like that. Has 50% attack speed for 2 seconds, or something along those lines. I don't know. It doesn't work super well in the Guild Wars 1 paradigm with how cold is handled. Because it'd be like, N is chilled, but we don't have like a chilled status, right? I want a few of these armor type spells to be able to affect allies, though, and Armor Frost is the one that I'd pick for it, I think. I could also just see plus armor against physical damage and something else. I mean, I could just straight up see like Armor of Frost for... Oh, you know, actually, I kind of like the idea of using hit technology, because they have like watch yourself effects for the next 10 hits, right? What if Armor of Frost was like the next X times target allies, or like target allies plus 10 armor against physical damage. The next X times that ally is hit by physical damage, they deal like 15 frost damage to all adjacent foes. And then like it ends after like 7 hits or whatever. So yeah, let's try to get wording here. Enchant ally for 10 seconds, or enchant target ally for 10 seconds. I'm just throwing out a random number there. That ally has plus, like, I don't know. I mean, you could do 40. Plus 40 armor against physical damage, and whenever they're dealt physical damage, adjacent foes are dealt like 15, 20, 30, I'm not quite sure exactly. Cold damage. Armor Frost ends after absorbing like 7 hits or something like that. Or after that ally's dealt physical damage 7 times or something like that. I kind of like something like that, where it's like, hey, this the Armor of Frost is worn away by physical attacks, but as it's being hit, it's splintering and shattering off and dealing cold damage to things around it. Should all the Frost themed armors also give armor versus cold damage? I mean, I could also see an argument for that too. I could see Armor of Frost giving you like plus 40 armor against physical and cold damage. I mean, you could also make an argument that should just give 40, like, but less, not giving armor against fire because fire pushes through it. I mean, there's different ways that you could kind of interpret it. You could also interpret it of, oh, this makes you cold, so you're more vulnerable to cold damage. It just depends upon how you want to look at it. In general, they've made it armor against physical that cold is able to do instead of armor against everything, I think, to differentiate it from earth. So there's a little bit of a line of like, how far do you want it to kind of go that direction, if that makes sense. I could see adding armor versus cold damage to it too. But of Mist Armor being a non-elite old version of Mist Form, 33% chance for attackers to miss you. Then return Mist Form to its former version of dodging all attacks versus you. Yeah, I want to change Mist Form to like attacks against you miss. I mean, the old form of Mist Form was you're immune to physical damage. That was basically what it said. It was really easy to get around by just switching to an elemental weapon. Shadow Form is the skill that made all attacks against you miss, and I liked the old version of Shadow Form, which is still the PvP version, better. But yeah, I like Armor of Mist, like giving you a chance for attacks against you to miss, and you move faster and maybe being a little cheaper. Blurred Vision is one of those spells that is like, I think this is probably just fine where it's at. It's AoE, so I don't know. I'd need to see under the new paradigm if anything needs to change with it that I'd be proposing, but otherwise, this is one of the skills I feel like is fine. Conjure Frost. This is fine. I've talked about those sorts of things before. So let's address Deep Freeze, Ice Spikes, Shard Storm. I would probably just, because I'm adjusting energy costs across the board for Elementalist, I think I would just drop all of these down a energy tier. No, it cared about damage types. Mist form skill history. Mist form. So yeah, it was original said for like 20 seconds you cannot take or deal damage from attacks. It said in August 10, 2005, corrected flaw in Mistform skill that was preventing it from reducing damage from elemental damage attacks. So apparently originally it did. In 2006, it says you cannot take or deal damage from attacks. I guess maybe, I don't know. I remember switching to elemental weapons to hit the Eidolon, so I don't know. I mean, I would be happy to change Mistform's basic functionality into attacks against you miss, but attacks you perform also miss. Like, rather than damage prevention, just have it be auto missing. I think that to me is where it should be. But yeah, okay, so back to like Deep Freeze. Again, because of like how I'd overall be changing, I'd want these to go down like an energy tier. So Deep Freeze would go down to 15 energy, Ice Spikes would go down to 10, and Shardstorm would go down to 5. I'm not sure I'd necessarily want to do anything else to them. I feel like that would just be fine. Freezing Gust. If target foe is under the effects of a water magic hex, that foe is struck for some cold damage. Otherwise, that foe is moves slower for 4 seconds. This is one of those spells that, like, this is an interesting idea that I never use. I feel like I would want to try this at 5 energy and like a 2-second recharge. I'm not sure if the damage value would need to change at all under that. But for a single target spell, like, I don't tend to use this one because it's kind of clunky as is. But I like the idea of, like, just because it's cold doesn't get you. It's when it's cold and then you get more freezing gusts on you that it really starts creeping into you. That to me is a really interesting idea. I could also see some other sort of like effect where Freezing Gust is instead like if target foe is under the effects of a water magic, like deals X damage to target foe if they have a water magic hex on them and it has armor penetration. Just the idea of like, oh, they're already cold, so now some of your cold is able to slip through. That to me is another potential direction to try. I definitely would want to try something with Freezing Gust though. As it is, I never use it over some of the other options, and I'd like to try some tweaks to it to make it a little bit more appealing. So there's a couple of different directions that I'd want to kind of try with it. Frigid Armor I already discussed. I'd lower the armor against physical, have it give like more armor against fire, and then I like the immunity to the burning claws. Frozen Burst, this is a cool spell. I feel like it would be okay at 10 energy though, so I try it at 10 energy and kind of check from there. Basic effects I like. Glowing Ice, already discussed. Icy Prison, aka the spell that you should absolutely be bringing with you in Maddock Crevice, so you can get those danged runners to not run away from you. This is one of those spells that is like, it's like Imagine Burden, right? This is a really strong, long-lasting snare effect, which is really powerful, but also, like, really long-lasting snare effects are just not that amazing in PvE because the target's going to be dead soon enough that, like, I feel like I would just want to make this have more going on. Would this be okay in PvE with a 15-second recharge? I don't know. I would. I think the basic effect is cool. I would want to try a couple of different numbers to see if there's a spot where it feels like in PvE it's worth bringing this, because I usually do not bring Ice Prison. I don't really have a good reason to. I'm happy enough just using my Deep Freeze and just snaring everything all at once. Yeah, that's exactly it. Micro GW. Also, hello, welcome. Don't know how long you've been here, but welcome nonetheless. Modoki and Cornin. Yeah. Well, I think it's actually Corsair runners too. Yeah, for HE to snare relic runners. Like this skill is 100% a PvP skill, and so it's like if I wanted to change this to be something that I'd want to use in PvE, I feel like it would just need to be a lot more aggressive on the like numbers and stuff, so I could spread it around more. So it's the sort of thing where it's like, so would like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 10 second recharge be something that I would do in PvE? Adjust all. Again, I'm not worrying about PvP balance. I mean, Ice Prison also disabling all of their skills for that duration would be, or all spells or something, could be pretty strong. I feel like if this was like 5 energy, 1 second cast time, like 8 to 10 second recharge, it would be something that I would at least consider trying. I would actually consider trying that on like a warrior or something to be able to catch up to the enemy too. Especially if I'm able to get decent duration with low investment in water magic. That starts becoming kind of spicy. That's actually a good question. Oh man, you don't need any investment in water magic to have a somewhat decent duration from it. Yeah, I actually kind of, whoa. Let me read that. Some skills you change are Slippery Ground, Area Skill. Over 10 seconds, does nothing but knocks down foes who move over and deals damage upon knockdown, hitting their head on ice. So like create an area. Oh yeah, I think I get the idea. Like whenever a foe walks into this, like enters this area, they're knocked down and take damage. This makes Snowstorm a water magic spell. Attacking foes have a chance to miss with attacks and are slowed. Can't see through a blizzard, yeah. I talked about doing something kind of like that with Sandstorm, actually, what you're saying with Snowstorm. Use the idea of health degen on tonight's prison and more spells. Introduce a hailstorm that cracks armor or deals additional damage. Yeah, no, long posts are fine. It just takes me a moment to read them. Like, again, there's a lot of things that I'd do if I was adding skills. I'm just using this again so that way people are refreshed or new people know what is kind of going on. There's a lot of these where it's like, oh, if I was doing new stuff, adding new skills, like these would be cool ideas. I do like the idea of this being like 5 energy and like an 8 second recharge and 1 second cast time in PvE, because then like even with minimal investment in water magic, I could like throw this on a melee attacker and be like, I want to catch up to that guy and just slap it on them with like almost no investment in water magic and be able to go catch up to them. That might be a little bit strong just because of that, but it's something that I would consider. I don't know. A lot of this stuff is like, I would want to try things and then see how they are and whatnot too. Ice Spear, this is one that I'm overall fine with. This has some cool synergies with things. Yeah, that's about it. 50 cold damage if you overcast. I mean, you can get some decent health regen off of this, so. Ice Spikes I already talked about. I tried this at 10 energy. Icy Prism. Icy Prism is one of those to all other nearby foes. I don't know why it says plus 63 damage. It just deals 63 damage to all the nearby foes. This is one of those ones I think is a fine reward for doing water magic hexes. I would try this at 5 energy. Again, change to attunement means that I wouldn't... Energy management, etc. Elemental stuff is too expensive across the board. I would try this at 5 energy, see how it feels there. Nearby has a pretty good AoE range. I don't think water should hit as hard as fire. This clearly doesn't. So I'd try that there. Icy Shackles, this is 1000% a PvP skill. For 8 seconds, target foe's movement is reduced by some, and if they're under the effects of enchantment, it's reduced by a lot. Didn't Icy Shackles have different functionality at one point in time? Or was it always this? Well, that's not how you spell shackles, is it? Yeah, there's a skill history here. Nightfall preview events. Oh, so on the preview is 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 5 second recharge. Like a 9 second duration. Target foe's movement speed is reduced by 30%, maximum 90 for each enchantment on them. On release, they had increased the duration by nearly double. And then in 2007, they made it more or less the same version now. They tweaked the numbers a bit. So they decreased its duration and increased its cost over the next year. Yeah. I could see Icy Shackles being a potential direction you could take it, which would be designed to synergize with other water magic hexes, would be something like a fairly large AoE hex that whenever a foe suffering from another water magic hex moves, that foe takes damage. That would be a potential idea. I know you were talking about Tanai's Prison. I wouldn't mind seeing this be an elite version of Tanai's Prison where the elite part is it's an AoE and maybe slightly longer lasting. That could be a direction I could see going with it as well. I personally in PvE would want something different. This is designed as it is for PvP. And I kind of like the idea of this being something where whenever a foe suffering from another water magic hex or enchant like a big AoE, like foes and foes in the area take, I don't know, 35 cold damage. Just throwing out a number there. Each second while moving under the effect of another water magic hex. Something like that is something that I could see trying. That would be interesting. I would absolutely be like, open battle by throwing on Icy Shackles, and then deep freeze them, and now they're trying to run away from something, and they're taking damage each moment they're moving. That to me would be a really interesting play space to play around in, and that's something that I kind of like trying. So I like that suggestion, Korangar, the base idea. I could see something like that. Maelstrom, this is one of those spells that's like real good. I would still... Like, I think overall it's kind of fine. I would probably reduce this one to 15 energy. I don't think it needs to be 25 if you're not having attunements to help recoup the costs. So, I don't want to make this something. I don't want to make this a stronger tool for ice imps to completely destroy my party with. How's that for a description? Mind Freeze, this is another one where I'm like, this is fine. This is your long lasting or your intense snare, not Icy Shackles and whatnot. So, Mirror of Ice, this is a fine effect. This is cool. It becomes a bit better if there's a little bit more variety with hexes. Like Mirror of Ice with like somebody else in your party using the Icy Shackles I was describing would also be pretty sweet. We talked about Mist Form. I'm not quite sure where the numbers would need to be. Probably more like 10 energy. But especially because I want to decrease the cost of water magic spells, or elementalist spells across the board, the healing that this does becomes a lot less exciting. And I like the idea. I kind of like the idea of giving this like a low recharge and make it a maintained enchantment, but I think it'd fit the name better if Mind Freeze either increased cast time or dealt damage each time a foe casts. I get where you're coming from that if you're looking at it objectively as freezing their brain and giving them like brain freeze. It's Mind Freeze for the same reason, like it's part of the Mind Burn, Mind Freeze, Mind Shock cycle where it's caring about having more energy than the foe. If it was not part of that sort of like pair of skills, I could absolutely see it being something that like increases the casting time of spells. Like a migraine or something. But yeah, like I get what you're coming. It would fit the name better if it was more like brain freeze. But yeah, I actually kind of like the idea of Mistform being a fairly low recharge enchantment that's a maintained enchantment that says while you maintain this enchantment, your attacks against you miss and attacks you perform miss. Is that weird? I don't know what you would scale with water magic under that is the thing. Maybe increases spell damage against you. You have like minus armor, and the minus armor is reduced for having a higher level of Mistform. I know, I just like the idea of like this being kind of a vampire spell that you like, oh, you choose whenever you're in or out of Mistform. It's not exactly a Guild Wars fit, but like it would be something interesting to try briefly. And see if it like has good play patterns or if it's just absolutely stupid with farming. The fact that it would be taking up your elite slot is significant, but another direction that I could see taking Mistform actually that could be kind of interesting is like 5 energy, quarter second cast time, 15-second recharge, just to kind of start. Elite enchantment spell for scaling up with your water magic, but like 4 seconds at 12 water magic, say. Target ally... attacks against target ally miss, and attacks target ally makes miss. So where it's like, it does that Mistform effect, but you can target any ally with it, and it's more of a almost a protection prayer style skill. That would be an interesting one and be a nice like thing to have in the water magic toolbox. It'd be like, hey, I'm going to protect that ally by turning them into mist. And kind of play more that direction. I could see that being fun to try as well. And I like the idea of spreading around interesting protection effects in professions other than ritualists and monks. So I definitely would want to give that one a good solid try. Rust. Target foe and all adjacent foes take twice as long to activate signets. If you're overcast, foe struck with rust, have the signets interrupted and disabled for 8 seconds. I don't know why it says interrupted because disabling will interrupt, but it's one of those things where it's like sometimes you just write out the thing that the thing would do, so that way people know that it does both the things, even though it only is the one effect that makes both things happen. I feel like Rust is one of those spells that's actually just kind of fine, but reads kind of weird. Does that make sense? That's kind of how I feel about it. Like, the Overcast clause is nice. The damage on it is okay. It's kind of worth its energy cost. Rush should be the skill that applies cracked armor, if any. Yeah, I mean, for sure. That's definitely... definitely an option. I could also see an argument for applying weakness, because it rusts your opponent's weapon, therefore they can't hit as hard. I don't necessarily feel like... I don't feel like water magic needs to be inflicting cracked armor. I think having like each one be kind of its own thing, where it's like, oh, you want cracked armor, you can go and get it off of Shell Shock, or something else in air magic, or, I mean, necromancer skills, or things like that. Whereas Tanai's Crystals is basically explicitly made to work with Tanai's Prison, which I think is kind of cool, but makes me kind of wish all the Tanai spells kind of worked with each other in some way, but anyway. Where were we? We're at Rust. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about Rust that just feels like right kind of on the border where I think it's better than than it looks, you know? I don't know. I don't necessarily feel like I would want to change a whole lot about Rust. I could see wanting to tack on a bunch of additional stuff. It's traditionally been an anti-signet skill, and I think anti-signet skills are nice to have, so. Shardstorm, I already talked about wanting to decrease this one to 5 energy. I don't know if I'd want to reduce the cooldown or not. I feel like I might want to, but it needs some testing to determine if just 5 energy is enough to make this skill appealing, or if I'd want to drop its recharge. I could see trying a 5-second recharge on it and seeing if that feels too aggressive or not. Shardstorm is a spell that I basically never use because it just, at 10 energy, like, it's just not that much of a bump up in energy cost to go to Ice Spikes and get my spell in AoE instead, right? Because a lot of the time, the way Elementalist kind of gets set up, the energy cost of your spells is less important than the AoE of them. You just think there's a missed opportunity for Water Magic to apply Cracked Armor with Corrosion or Hail, and opens up the great opportunity for cold damage to degen enemies through freezes. I think that is absolutely a very valid direction to go with interpreting Water Magic. I think that's a great idea. I would want to see more of a reconception of Elementalist in terms of like actual skill names and icons for that direction, and that's the main issue. Is like I'm not necessarily doing that. Yeah, for sure. Shardstorm actually, this would be like if I'm yeah. You'd like it if Water Magic had more heals? I could see that as well. Again, part of the problem is with like this exercise, I'm not changing skill names or icons or anything, so I'm a little bit locked into what they have that way. Shardstorm would be a great candidate for a Hailstorm type skill, though. So I could absolutely see Shardstorm going from a Hex spell to a spell that does kind of like a Firestorm type effect. But cold damage, probably a bit less damage, but also like cripple foes that it hits or something like that. Yeah, again, I mean, that would assume, like, yeah, I mean, you could just use the Snowstorm visual effect, or color the Firestorm blue, maybe. It's one of those things where, like, getting the visual effects assets would require a team to be able to do that. If we're in the golden land of, like, getting visual effects assets, make Maelstrom look better, and give some sort of a visual effect to freaking Symbol of Wrath. Oh my goodness, Symbol of Wrath has the like such a cool icon and then literally no visual effect on it whatsoever. And it's like, why? Shatterstone. Just moving along. Like I said, I could absolutely see changing Shardstorm to some sort of AoE thing though. Practically all of the visual effects. Yeah, Firestorm's really cool. Meteor Shower looks decent. Tech Constraints is definitely part of it. There is, I will say this, Guild Wars 1 does manage to avoid visual clutter, which is good, but they absolutely could ramp up some of the visual effects, especially on some of the spells. Yeah, that's the thing, is the game is like 16 years old in a month, so... Yeah, I don't feel like I'd want to necessarily change much with Shatterstone. Target foe is hexed is struck for 85 cold damage, and hexed when ends. All nearby foes are struck for 85 cold damage. I could see this applying Cracked Armor when it ends as well. When Shatterstone ends, that foe and all nearby foes are struck for 85 cold damage and suffer from Cracked Armor. I could see something like Shardstorm causing bleeding. I really like the was it Heaven's Devil? Talking about no, that's Moobot telling people what the approach would be. Yeah, Slippery Ground. Yeah, ice can be extremely sharp. I feel like if Shardstorm was an AoE spell that caused like bleeding and crippled, like less like raw damage than like Firestorm, but bleeding and crippled to foes that it hit, that could be really good. I mean, for crying out loud, what is it, Diamond Shard Mist or whatever that the what is it, Fragment of Antiquities, Remnant of Antiquities, whatever, the boss in Sepulchre of Dragomar, like its area effect is causes bleed because the idea of it's like all these little crystalline things. I do like the idea, like Slippery Ground as it is a more reasonable spell than it kind of looks and has this cool synergy with Blind. But I also like the idea of it like creating an area effect. One of the things that's really tricky about, but okay, let me finish the first thought. Creating an area of effect that whenever a foe enters this area, they're knocked down and suffer, and whenever a foe's knocked down in this area, they take, like, I don't know, 68 cold damage or something. The problem with something like that is just from an implementation standpoint, would it apply that effect right away when you cast it? Would it be cast on target foe? Would you create an area around you? Like, some of how that works is a little bit of a thing that needs to be worked through. But the base effect is I think that's a cool idea. Yeah, I mean, you could also just have it like if target or adjacent foe are blind or moving, those foes are knocked down and take some damage. Yeah, I don't necessarily know off the top of my head what other 2005 games looked like. When did Warcraft 3 come out? Because that had decent spell effects that were reasonable. Like the idea of creating an area space of like around you, kind of like almost a ward sort of range, for Slippery Ground is also an interesting idea. It's just Guild Wars 1 doesn't have ground targeting, so yeah, I mean that's another idea. If target foe or adjacent foes are blind, moving, or hexed with a water magic hex, they're knocked down, something like that. I can absolutely see like doing a little bit more to Slippery Ground to make it a little bit more workable. Steam. So this is kind of weird, but does it bother anybody else that Steam deals cold damage instead of fire damage because it's supposed to be like hot? Both no tick damage, but it knocks down any moving foes. And generally deals damage to anyone who's KD'd on Slippery Ground. I could see something like that. I could also see something where it's it creates an area where yeah. I could see something where it's like create a slippery ground, foes in that area move faster, move slower, and any foes using stances are knocked down when their stance ends. That could be an interesting idea as well. I don't know. There's definitely a couple of different directions you could go with Slippery Ground. I don't mind having some stance removal in Elementalist either, for that matter. Let's see. Steam. Yeah, I mean, If target foe is on fire, I could absolutely see something like target foe is struck for some cold damage. If target foe is on fire, Steam deals an additional like same amount of fire damage and blinds them for 9 seconds. That to me would be enough to be interesting to actually try using. I don't know. As it is, Steam is not a spell that I typically use. It's a bit clunky and a bit weak feeling. So I don't know. I still want something called Steam to deal fire damage, because that's what would be happening is hot water. I like Swirling Aura, though. I think this is a really cool effect, and I like it. Tonight's Prison. This is also a cool effect. I don't know that I'd necessarily want to do a whole lot to this. I could see in PvE having like a 10-second cooldown or increasing the duration by a few seconds. But I like this one. I like the synergies it promotes. So I don't know that I'd necessarily want to do anything to that. Vapor Blade. Yeah, I do like the idea of, like, if that foe adding additional fire damage to Steam. Okay, I want to try to finish these in the next few minutes if I can. We've had some really good discussion here, though, and that's really cool, and that makes it hard to get through things expediently, but it's so cool. Make it AoE on Overcast. I feel like I'd want to try some other things before trying that, but, I mean, that's definitely an option. To me, Tonight's Prison is one of those spells that's just like, this is cool, but a little clunky, and I'd like it to be a little bit less clunky. I could see making Ice Prison AoE on Overcast, though. That's not a bad idea. Actually, giving Ice Prison like a nearby range AoE on Overcast would be a lot more enticing. I like that idea. Vapor Blade deals half as much damage if that foe has any enchantments on them. It's such a weird clause. I wonder what the idea behind that was supposed to be. This deals a lot of single target damage. I don't know. I feel like I want to think about that one for a moment. Ward against harm. I'm hesitant to give professions new effects like that because there needs to be distinction between them. I see the appeal of being like, oh, Elementalist doesn't have this tool. It should have this tool. But that kind of undermines the dual profession system and the like distinction between professions and stuff, and the way that things go for team building. So I'm generally fairly hesitant on, like, I don't mind giving Water Magic Crippled on Shardstorm because the snare effects are basically crippled already. But something like Deep Wound is a fairly potent effect that most professions don't get access to. And so I'm always hesitant to kind of like spread certain effects around too much because it's important to me that like from a design standpoint that the professions are fairly distinct from each other and have things that they don't do, so that way they have to go to other professions. Like Ritualist should not get hex removal because it's something it doesn't do. It has some stuff to help you deal with having hexes on you, but I could see something kind of like that being interesting. I don't know why it has the half damage if that foe has any enchantments on them clause. Yeah. I don't know. It's the sort of thing where I feel like what I'd want to do with Vapor Blade is I just want to keep it kind of simple. If I were to give it a half damage clause on anything, it would be on if the foe is burning. Like, if the foe is burning, Vapor Blade deals half damage because it's getting dissipated by the fire. being the idea. But like Vapor Blade is one of those spells that's like, this one's all right, but it's just not that exciting, and I don't feel like it needs that half damage clause for PvE balance reasons. I feel like it's probably there more for PvP to make it so that way you protection spells are super effective against Vapor Blade. So that way a bunch of water elementalists couldn't like Vapor Blade spike somebody. That's what it feels like to me. So I could see Vapor Blade doing something where it has slightly less base damage and then deals increased damage against foes with under a water magic hex. I could see something like that. Or like target foe is struck for cold damage. If that foe is under the effects of a water magic hex, something happens. I could see something like that. I'm not sure what the something would be, though. Maybe they start bleeding. That's not a terrible clause. I don't know. Ward Against Harm. This one is... I would want to increase the... I mean, I will agree with that as a general comment. It feels really weird that the elite ward is in water magic. It feels like it should be over here in Earth. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. How many elites over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could see moving Ward Against Harm to Earth magic. And like tweaking the numbers a little bit. If nothing else, I'd probably double its duration and put it in Earth. It's very weird that it's in water. I agree. I like it in Earth at double duration. I mean, this does give regen. It gives +3 health regen. Let's see. Water Trident. Water Trident is one of those spells where I'm like, yep, this is fine. I don't tend to use it a ton because when I'm in water magic, I probably often want to dual attune so I can afford deep freeze spam, but you know, this is one of those spells I think is fine. Winter's Embrace. Target foe moves slower and takes damage while moving. I mean, this is the sort of effect that's like, okay, this is really cool, but does this need to cost 10 energy for that short of duration? I feel like this could be 5 energy and 12-second recharge, and it'd be more appealing, and I'd consider using it more. I mean, that damage can stack up. 13 damage over 5 seconds is 95 damage? But, anyway. Okay, I want to kind of get through glyphs here. Glyph of Concentration, I think this is fine for... Like, this is one of those spells that I think, like, I need to remember exists more than I do. I can absolutely see dropping this to, like, a 5-second recharge in PvE, just to help you kind of get through some stuff more easily. But, and I could also see in PvE dropping this to quarter-second cast time. So, like, 5 energy, quarter-second cast time, 5-second recharge, glyph. For 15 seconds, your next one spell cannot be interrupted and ignores the effects of being dazed. Glyph of Elemental Power. This one seems perfectly fine to me. I like having this as an option. Yeah. I don't know. Some of these glyphs could definitely be, like, quarter-second activations. Glyph of Essence I never use because... that's expensive. Your next spell casts instantly but causes you to lose all energy. I could see... Glyph of Elemental Power should last longer. Almost all of your water magic spells, especially, are super expensive just because Hex Snares are too strong in PvP. Yeah, for sure. Like, that's why I decreased the cost of, like, a bunch of them. Like, Yeah. But yeah, you're absolutely right. They're very strong in PvP, and that makes them very expensive. I could absolutely see Glyph of Elemental Power not just remove the duration and just be like, your elemental boost attributes are boosted for your by 2 for your next 10 spells. That would make it a lot like less clunky to work with. Glyph of Sacrifice is one of those spells, or it was one of those skills that I only ever use with Meteor Shower, but I kind of like my Glyph of Sacrifice Meteor Shower thing. I feel like Glyph of Essence, what I'd actually want to do with this is something more like your next spell casts instantly, but costs like 10 more energy. I know, right? There's no reason for it to not just be like your next Glyph, your elemental attributes are boosted by 2 for your next 10 spells. Like, that would just make it work a lot better. Like, if... I mean, this is an odd question. So Glyph of Sacrifice and Glyph of Essence are basically trying to do the same thing. They're making your next spell cast instantly, but at a cost. This adds the cost of longer recharge, and this adds the cost of all of your energy. Glyph of Renewal, by the way, I'm just going to touch on this briefly. Glyph of Renewal, I think, is sweet the way it is. I wouldn't necessarily feel the need to change it. There's a lot of like fun stuff you can try with it. Actually annoyed. Well, the good news is you can go to my YouTube channel and check out all the VODs. There should be a link down below, but yeah, the VOD for this will be going up in like 28 hours or something like that. I waited a day and then add 4 hours. So, for like my standard like time, except I'm supposed to be ending about 4, so whatever, it might be a little shorter than that. But I've done all of the core professions as well as Paragon and Dervish up to here. So next week I'm planning on talking about the Assassin and Ritualist. I'm gonna have so much to say about both of them, especially the Ritualist. And I want to do the PvE only skills as well, talk about them, because a bunch of them are kind of mediocre. So I'm hoping to kind of bundle them in with after Assassin and Ritualist, but we'll see how things go with some of that. Sangat Wind is one of those skills that I'm like, this is fine the way it is, but also I'd like to try it as the skill that's like, lose all Overcast, you gain 1 energy for each point of Overcast lost this way. Probably with slightly longer recharge and stuff. Like a 60-second recharge. I think that'd be an interesting skill to try. Sangat Wind is kind of neat as it is. Actually, this is an interesting idea. What if Glyph of Essence was maybe a slightly lower recharge on it? I'm not quite sure. Maybe 15 seconds. But what if its effect was, for 15 seconds, the next spell you cast costs instantly, but also causes like 10 Overcast or something like that? That's an interesting idea. Or that could just be what Glyph of Sacrifice is. Like, instead of additional recharge, it's the next spell you cast, or your next spell cast instantly, but has plus 10 Overcast. I think that would be an interesting one. I mean, I could see something like Sangat Wind being lose all Overcast. For each point of Overcast lost this way, you gain 1 energy and like 5 health. Kind of like the what it says right now, except opposite. And then give it like a 60-second recharge, and also add the line of, if more than 25 Overcast was removed in this way, all of your other skills are recharged. That could be an interesting like interpretation of a Sangat Wind. And that would be kind of a cool idea. I like the skill recharge idea. I do feel like under that sort of like design, Sangat Wind would have to have a very long recharge itself, but I like the idea of Glyph of Essence trying something else other than the instant cast time. I think you only really want one of those, but I could see just because I like the Assassin's Promise bar, I could see keeping Glyph of Sacrifice as it is for working with Assassin's Promise, and then... But, I mean, at that point, though, you could, I don't know, do other things. I don't know. I like the idea of a second wind being something that, like, I have just caught my second wind, and so, like, I'm refreshed and renewed for doing things right now. That's just kind of my feeling on that, though. I don't know. Part of me would be like, leave Glyph of Sacrifice alone, give Glyph of Essence, instead of you lose all energy, that spell has Overcasts. I mean, I could also see, like, Overcast equal to some multiplier of its cast time. That would be really awkward, potentially. But, like... So, like, if you make something like Meteor Shower cast instantly with Glyph of Essence, you get a lot of Overcast. If you make something like Reversal of Fortune, it has not much. Maybe like 4 times its casting time. Your next spell casts instantly, but causes Overcast for equal to 4 times its casting time. So like Quarter Seconds would have 1 Overcast, which is not very much, but you didn't save yourself very much. Versus something like a 2-second cast time would give you 8 Overcast. Like if you're shorting a 6-second Resurrection spell, it's suddenly 24 Overcast. I kind of like that idea for Glyph of Essence. Yeah, that's another reason, which, I mean, I think you missed some of the initial discussion, but that's, I would also be doing a lot of changes to attunements as well that would make them cause Overcast. Yeah, exactly. I think I like that idea for Glyph of Essence. It'd probably drop Glyph of Essence's cooldown as well to like 10 or 15 seconds. But like, your next spell casts instantly, but based on its cast time, like 4 times its cast time in Overcast. I like that idea. I think that covers all of the Elementalist skills now. So that means it's time for me to be wrapping up this stream. I thank you all very much for... yeah, for sure. I'd be happy to talk more about it. But yeah, I thank you all very much for... It's fun to have a lot of discussion on this one. It was a lot of fun. So the next Guild Wars stream is Tuesday of next week. You can see my schedule on the schedule tab down below. And just link my Discord again. I forget that pushing down on the middle mouse button does a snapping in Zoom thingy. The next stream, because today's Wednesday, right? I'm not missing days of the week, right? Yeah, okay, that's Wednesday. The next scheduled stream is Divinity Original Sin, my first playthrough on Saturday. And the next Guild Wars stream, like I said, is going to be Tuesday of next week. I don't yet know if I'm going to do Assassin first or Ritualist first, but it's going to be one of those two. I assume they're not going to take the entire time, so I will probably try to do some amount of PvE only skills. I kind of want to break it into a chunk of the like racial PvE only skills, so like the Norn, Asuran, Ebon Vanguard, and I don't know, would you call them the factional PvE? I don't know. And then the other time doing the profession specific PvE only skills and just talking about those. But that's kind of my general plans. I probably stick the profession ones with the ritualist and the other ones, I don't know. We'll find out. Next week's plans are next week's plans. But that's going to cover a lot of stuff now. You can follow the channel, get notified when I go live. Other links are in the About section down below. Thank you all very much for watching, and thank you for the fun discussion. I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to need to figure out where I want to stick this guy for an outpost for the next one. But until then, everyone, thank you very much. Take care, and goodbye.